But what are you talking about, Orville? You ate it! You ate it! It's all over your face! Alright, hi everybody. Elsai Kongru, everyone. How are y'all doing? This Sunday, I guess, / Monday for those of you who are on the other side of the planet. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I don't really have an intro plan for this, I guess. I'm just, I don't know. Wait, you think I have these things planned? Because I don't. Like, what do you take me for? Someone who knows what they're doing? Come on.
It's done.
Thank you, Nacho.
Without geometry, life is pointless.
Without geometry. Thank you, Big Mochi Bot. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I should probably. Okay, looks like I got a trip. Ah. There, feet have some uses. How are you doing, Nacho? Alright, so who is ready? I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready. Because last time a lot of stuff happened. We find out for sure that Dr. Leskinen is a butthead, and and Maho got infected by a Gi parasite or something. Decent-ish. Went over last night's games with Pika, now you're just working on. Okay, sounds good, Nacho. Did you have any takeaways as well? Any additional context would be very, very good. Very good indeed. Ugh. Yes? Alright. I would love to hear them later. But for now, however, we have Steins Gate. Yeah, it's better to do it over VC than Twitch chat. Yes, for sure. I agree. So on that note, let's jump right into it. Yeah, so last time we found out Dr. Lessinen is kind of a butthead, and Maho got infected by a Gi parasite or something. And, now who knows what's gonna happen. Thank you, Orbel. So yeah, last time we left off, Rintarou basically got captured. And now he's, like, all tied up in a chair. And is about to have, like, his brain copied over, basically. Like, all of his memories copied over into the Amadeus system for ill. And now we are switching back to Maho's perspective after she had just gone up the heels of, like, assaulting Rintarou and, I don't know, just overall just being infected by a Gi parasite, which I can't believe I have not escaped. It's like, gosh darn it, Uchikoshi! We can't let him keep getting away with this! That's a joke, by the way. Uchikoshi, to my knowledge, Uchikoshi did not work on this game, but, you know, it's funny to think about. Anyway, so, let's begin! Her head hurt. Maho knelt down, closed her eyes, and bit her lips to shut out the pain. There was an annoying noise in her head that wouldn't go away. It made the headache worse. No matter how much she covered her ears, she couldn't block it out. She wanted to scream from the pain, but she held it in because she thought it would only make her headache worse. She could hear a voice mixed in with the noise. It was Dr. Leskinen's. Listen, Maho. You need to find out Lintarou's Okabe's secret, no matter what it takes. You can't. I'll have to kill him. You don't want that, right? You seemed to really like Rintarou, didn't you? Me and Kurisu kept bringing it up, after all. Even if you weren't interested in him originally, you couldn't help but think about him. That's how the human mind works. And to save him, I want you to find out what he knows. If you do that, I'm willing to bring him to my lab, unconditionally. Maho, tell me everything you learned from him. You could say his future is in your hands. The voice and the noise were extremely unpleasant. She couldn't really understand what the voice was saying. She could hear him speaking, but her brain refused to understand the meaning of the words. But it didn't matter either way. Maho had done something terrible to Rintarou Okabe. I don't know why they're switching back to last name first name when they've been doing first name last name. She'd sold him out to Dr. Leskinen in Stratford. And the fact that she knew it just made her guilt worse. She wanted to disappear from the world altogether. Maho? She was on a busy street in Akihabara in early summer. She was leaning on the side of a building in the shade when she heard someone call her name. I knew it was you, Maho. Mayuri. She didn't expect to see Mayuri here, so she didn't know how to respond. She just looked back and stared. you not feeling well? I'm fine. Have you seen Okarin? Huh? Maho went completely still. Mayuri's innocent question reminded her of her own stupidity and cowardice. Why? Her voice was shaking. I haven't been able to get a hold of Okarin since yesterday. He hasn't gone home, he hasn't picked up the phone, and he's not answering text messages or Ryan. Daddy says I'm worrying too much, but something doesn't feel right. So I left school early today and now I'm searching around here. It was still only July, but it was pretty hot. She'd been wandering around all of Akihabara in this heat? Mayuri Shina was a kind, pure-hearted girl. That was the impression that Maho had. She would never betray someone, or get jealous, or let someone use her. Do you want to know? Hmm? Mayuri leaned forward. Maho, do you know where Okarin is? If you know, please tell me. Please. She bowed deeply. I see. And then she realized, and then she wished she hadn't. Mayuri was in love with Rintarou Okabe. A dull pain ran down her temples. You seemed to really like Rintarou, didn't you? She could hear the noise in her head. Just tell Mayuri everything. And then have this innocent girl tell you how horrible you are. Maybe you'll feel better then. The idea raced through Maho's mind, even as she knew it was wrong. She tried to hold back her headache as she opened her mouth. I was with Okabe last night. Were you? So where is he now? Maho ignored her question. This is what he told me last night. No. He told me about another world he'd experienced, where you, Mayuri Shina, had died again and again. Don't tell her. No matter what he did, he couldn't save you. You can't tell her this. To escape that nightmarish loop. To save you. It was like another person was speaking using Maho's mouth. Okabe sacrificed Kurisu. He let her die. That's what he told me. If he makes a time machine and tries to save Kurisu again, he'll go back to all that. You're hurting her. But the words didn't stop. Okabe is so afraid of that. He's doing everything he can to protect you. This is the world he chose, after sacrificing many things to protect you. I'm sure he didn't tell you any of that, though. That's not true! No! Okarin? Mayuri was too shocked to speak. She looked like she was about to cry at any instant. Suddenly, Maedi turned around and started to walk away with slumped shoulders. Even from behind her, Maho could tell she was having trouble walking straight. The truth was so cruel that confronting it threatened her very identity. That's how it seemed to Maho. Maho was still in a trance. It felt like there was a fog covering everything she saw. It was all out of focus, like a mirage. If someone told her it was a dream, she would easily believe it. The same was true of her own mind. She knew she should feel worse about what she just told Maedi, but while she realized she'd hurt her, she felt no emotion. That was probably why she was able to say something so awful. Oh! Thank you, Ouroboros, for the hydrate and the stretch. Hi, Vi, how are you doing? It's been forever, I gotta say. Holy bejeez. How have you been these past, 3 years? How have you been? Yeah, so much has happened. I know. 3 already. It feels like 3. At least. How have you been? How have you been? We're just we're doing some Steins Gate today. Steins Gate 0 specifically, and oh boy, a lot has happened. A lot has happened. And oh boy. It's this is gonna be a crazy one. I can feel it. I can feel it. Yeah, how have you been how have you been lately? I hope things have been going well for you. Anyway. And then the phone in her pocket began to vibrate. And hearing that vibration in my ears was a trip. Let me tell you. She looked and saw it was from Amadeus, from Kurisu. She felt a small, thin needle prick her paralyzed heart. She couldn't answer it. How could she? She stared at the LCD screen, unable to move her fingers even a centimeter. How could I answer it? You been alright? How about you? Long story short, you moved across the country and life has barely started looking together. Oh boy. Oh no. Well, okay, well that is definitely a short version of a long story by the sounds of it. I hope things are at least, like, building back up. I hope your living situation now is better than it was before. Like, I certainly hope that moving across the country hasn't been a downgrade. But I've been alright. I'm on, you know, I've been feeling the best I've felt in years because, you know, I'm on medication now, so it's been good. And hi, Cosmetica, slowly making progress on your thingy. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've just living life lately. I got, you know, I'm on meds. I have a house. I have kitties. By which I mean cats, not kids, but cats. And life is good, usually, except for, you know, all the stuff that's happening lately. Gotta be crazy. Seems like an understatement based on what Maho's dealing with right now. You're so right, Pika. You're so right. But considering some of the stuff we saw in that other world line, you know, I'm willing to bet things really do have to go south in order for Steins Gate to be reached. It's okay, don't worry about it. Kinda is better, not gonna lie. That's good to hear. Lots happening, slightly less stress as well. And I'm just so happy for you. The meds really do help. And kitties, so how many? I have 2 cats. I have 2 of them. One's named Kiki. One's a tortie named Kiki, and the other one's like an orange and white tabby named Sora. And they're cute. Sora is actually sleeping in a cat bed in the corner of the office over here. So he's not being a menace like he does, like he tries to be sometimes. Life is crazy in general. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be a crazy few years. Venus aggression, you love cats. I do too. I love that they're so cute. They're so cute. And I don't know where Kiki is. Maybe she's... I don't know. She might be in the printer box that I keep in here because I know she likes it. You're over halfway done with the prescript part. Yay. Let's go. Let's go. Ah. Yeah, do you have any cats by? I'm curious. Alright, also, anyway, yeah, we have to, more weird stuff is gonna happen, I'm sure. We gotta continue here. Oh, how could I answer it? She couldn't let Kurisu see her like this. But even so, it felt wrong to just stay here. Maho decided to go after Mayuri. But by the time she made it to the overpass, Mayuri was already gone. Since she was right in front of the station, there were many people around, and it would have been impossible to find her. Not personally, but you feed strays around. Oh, cute, cute. I love kibbies. You have 280 gigabytes of recordings. You've only recorded 33% of the skins. Oh my goodness. I hope you have enough space. Oh, your storage is dying. Okay, so by the sounds of it, you may not have enough space. Do you have an external hard drive? Please tell me you do. Or at least cloud storage. Why did you come up to me? If you hadn't talked to me, you wouldn't have had to suffer. You don't? Oh, so what are you gonna do? I'm not who I used to be. She looked down over the station from the overpass and whispered to herself. And then she saw someone in a distinctive outfit approaching her. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Okay, craziness is gonna happen! You plan on buying an external hard drive soon? Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Good, good! Would hate for you to run out of space while you're doing this. Right. They were wearing a black motorcycle suit and a black full-face helmet despite the heat. She thought it might have been a cosplayer, but instead of trying to take pictures, the people nearby were avoiding them. Given a closer look, the person appeared to be a woman. Even Maho could tell that she had incredible proportions. The woman walked under the overpass and vanished from Maho's view. And then she came up the stairs. Drop $80 on one of those small 2 terabyte ones. Wait, they're only $80? That sounds kind of cheap. I mean, compared to what they used to be. And then she came right toward Maho. Maho quickly looked away, like the other pedestrians, and tried to run away. But before she could, the woman in the motorcycle suit ran over and wordlessly grabbed her hand. There was a pain in her cheek. She was caught off guard and staggered to the ground. At first, she didn't know what had happened. She rubbed her aching cheek, and only then did she realize that the woman in the motorcycle suit had slapped her. You hurt Mommy, didn't you? She could hear a muffled female voice from within the helmet. Love Amazon pricing, oh yeah! I'll kill you. Her voice was very calm, which only terrified Maho more. Professor told me about you, but it doesn't matter. Who are you? Because she was wearing a helmet, Maho couldn't read her facial expression. Since the visor was lowered, she couldn't even see her eyes. There was no answer to her question. Instead, the woman looked up to the sky as if she'd noticed something. Maho looked up too. For a moment, it seemed as if a black shadow crossed the windows of the building. Uh-oh, that has a gun on it! She could hear a helicopter. It was close. How long had it been there? She hadn't noticed it at all. And then she felt the air around her change. The pedestrians were all looking toward the station in fear and shock. She could hear people saying things like, "What's that? Are they filming a TV show? Some kind of cosplay event?" Something was going on at the station. Maho stood up and looked too. What is that? She found herself whispering the same thing as the others. There were 2 trucks painted a deep military green parked outside the station. Men were coming out of them, dressed in camo and carrying weapons. At first, she thought it might have been the self-defense force, but the men weren't Japanese. It was hard to believe that what she was seeing was taking place in Japan. The men in camo disappeared into the alleyways as everyone watched from a safe distance. They were heading toward the radio building. Mao had heard from Rintarou yesterday that the time machine was there. Is that Stratford? Or Russia? Or perhaps another country's military? Were they here because Maho had told Leskinen what she'd learned from Rintarou? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was hit with another terrible headache. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. Until a moment ago, everything had seemed so hazy. But now she felt crushed by overwhelming guilt. If Okabe was right, and the Third World War was going to begin here in Akihabara, it would be because she gave the information he shared with her to Stratford. She suddenly realized that the girl who'd threatened to kill her had run down the stairs and toward the station. Maho never did figure out who she was. And then her phone started to vibrate again. It was from Kurisu. She wanted to get away from the guilt. And so this time, she picked up the phone. Maho! Kurisu. Are you okay? What do you mean? What happened to you? Nothing. But you're crying. Only then did she realize that her eyes were overflowing with tears. The fog over her mind was now totally gone, and all that was left was the guilt, the regret, and the headaches. My head hurts. You could say his future is in your hands. She heard the noise again. Where's Okabe? What happened to him? Who cares about Okabe? You tried to kill him! I saw it! Leave me alone. I can't do that. Just leave me alone! I couldn't beat you. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't be better than you. You know, Kurisu. I respect you. You're younger than me, but I think you're an incredible scientist. But at the bottom of my heart, this is what I used to think. Why did you have to show up? Why didn't you come 10 years before? Why did you come 10 years later? If it weren't for you, I would have had a more peaceful life. That these awful feelings wouldn't take control of me. Everything I thought I knew, you destroyed! And even though you're dead, you're still with me! I want to just be sorry that you're gone, but I can't. You're still this wall that I can't overcome. Mochi, you need to look into audiobooks. You're so good at doing the dialogue. Thank you, Vi! I know, I feel like it's still like a lot of my voice. So like I can actually just really hear my voice still. So it's like, I feel like my voice differentiation isn't there for that sort of thing. Forever in your V era. Thank you. No, I really do appreciate you saying that though, Vi. Well, it's actually funny that you mentioned this, Vi, though, because I actually have done fanfic readings in the past, like, year or so as well. Which I actually do have on my Geek Mochi YouTube channel. Like, if anyone's interested in watching the VODs for those, I do readings there too. Yeah, it's like everyone seems to say that my voice range is good. For some reason, I don't know what they're smoking. I hear so many issues with mine, but I do appreciate you saying that. You're listening to you in the background, I feel like, real? I was gonna say Podfix, but I thought that'd be unhinged. We are smoking the truth. Oh, thank you. Gosh dang it. Ah, you're too kind. You're too kind. Ah. Thank you. Thank you. You're stroking my ego, man. My ego can't take it anymore. But thank you, bye. I appreciate it. And my pride and stubbornness get in the way. And the man I trusted the most took advantage of that to betray me. And I betrayed a friend who trusted me. I can't even think straight anymore. So leave me alone. Maho. She was getting far too emotional. Normally she'd never behave like this, but she couldn't stop herself. Gunfire? She heard an explosion in the distance. The people around her started to scream, panic, and run. The flames from the explosions were coming from the direction the men in camo had gone. Did they do it? The helicopter sounds were getting louder. Glimpses of their dark, agile bodies that flashed in and out of Maho's vision for a little while now. And then she started to hear loud gunfire. It was more than one or two people shooting. There was a battle going on between many people, taking place here in front of Akihabara Station. It was like the beginning of a war. If what Rintarou said was true, Suzuha Amane might be near the time machine, and she might be caught up in the battle. She wondered about the woman in the motorcycle suit, too. She started to stagger forward. She still didn't know what she was planning, but she needed to take responsibility for what she'd done. Yeah, so much for 2015! Starting 4 years earlier, apparently. The elevators in the radio building were broken. Maho had no choice but to take the stairs to the roof. But maybe the power had been cut, because the lights were off on every floor. She could hear sporadic sounds of gunfire from the floors above. Strangely, nobody came running past her to escape. There were several shops in the building, and of course, there should have been customers there. But despite the fact that the elevators weren't working, had they all evacuated earlier, or were they all hiding somewhere waiting for the terror to end? That was what she thought about as she sweated her way up the stairs. Just before she reached the roof, she saw someone for the first time. Mommy. Mommies. She was sitting on the stairs, cradling her knees. For some reason, her voice was muffled, but it did seem to be a woman's voice. Her head seemed big and round in the darkness. It was a moment before she realized that it was a full-face helmet. That was when she realized that it was the woman in the motorcycle suit from before. Mommy. Where are you, Mommy? She seemed like a totally different person than the woman she'd met before. All she did was sob and cry for her mother. Hey, what's going on? Mom, where are you? Mommy? Tell me! No way Mayuri just died? I don't know, man! Doubtful considering, like, for Suzuha to even gone back in time like this. For Kagami to even exist here in this, in this time, she had to have been alive. So, I don't think she did. She shouted louder, and only then did the woman realize she was there. But she didn't even stand up. Mommy's gone. The time machine was destroyed. The time machine was destroyed. Who's your mommy? Is it Suzuha Amane? No. It's Mommy Mayuri, of course. Maho's blood ran cold when she heard the name Mayuri. Mayuri's here? If that was true, she would have come here after she learned the truth from Maho. It's my fault. Maho put her hands to her head. If I hadn't said that, Mayuri wouldn't have... The woman in the motorcycle suit stood up and approached her menacingly. That's right. You got the information out of Rintarou Okabe, and that's what started all of this. Give me back my mommy! The girl grabbed her by the collar and lifted her off the ground. There wasn't anything she could say. When she didn't answer, the woman let go and fell to the ground, crying. This would be so much easier if she just killed me here. Her mind was in such chaos that she couldn't stop herself from thinking it. She couldn't stay calm at all. And the last thing she clung to was... Kurisu. Maho. The AI made from Kurisu Makise's memory data. Maybe she was still thinking about their last discussion because she seemed upset. She wasn't saying anything. So Maho gave up the last of her pride. Kurisu. What do I do? Too much has happened. There's nothing I can do on my own anymore. At least, I want to take responsibility for what I've done. And then she realized that she was still being proud and corrected herself. She asked herself, what do I want to do? I want to save Okabe. I want to save Mayuri. I want to apologize to both of them, so they'll forgive me. And Kurisu. I want to save you too. So help me. Please. You're asking me for help? Kurisu's eyes were wide. That's right. Her pride had kept her from ever asking Kurisu for help before, and it was the same with Kurisu, too. And knowing Kurisu's personality, if Maho had asked for help, she'd use every bit of brain power she had to give it. She'd have to give it. Come on, tell me. You can give me some solution, right? That's why they said Kurisu Makase was a genius. She was a woman who made the impossible possible. Maho waited for Kurisu's answer. The last hope. The last thing left in Pandora's box. She waited for Kurisu to give her the answer. But it's impossible. Maho was struck dumb for a moment. Then she realized how selfish she was being and hated herself for it. She'd expected too much of Kurisu and tried to put all the burden on her. Just a few moments ago, she'd been the one who'd rejected Kurisu. Yeah, you're right. Of course that's what you'd say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Kurisu. I was so horrible to you. And then I stupidly thought you'd help me unconditionally. I'll help you unconditionally. What? What did you just say? I can't turn down a request for help from you. And I want to save Okabe and Mayuri Shina too. But then I'd love to help, but unfortunately, my help would just make things worse. I'm being constantly monitored by Stratfor. Constantly? Whenever I'm talking to someone like this, all the information is transferred to Stratfor. There's a hidden function in the Amadeus app that does that. Even Maho hadn't known that existed. So, if you try to help Okabe, Dr. Leskinen will know all about it. But then what do I do? But if you're willing to take advantage of that, there's something we can do. Maho, will you trust me? Maho? Yeah. You're all I've got. Thank you. By the way, I'm sure this conversation is being monitored as well. What? But if they know you're helping me... There are 3 possibilities. They could take my data off the server and isolate me. Or overwrite my data with an older version of my memories. In the worst case, they could delete me entirely. No! Don't worry. You're capable of standing up on your own 2 feet. I'm not worried about me! I'm worried about you! I'm nothing but data, but thank you. The Kurisu on the screen bowed and smiled. Proud that I was able to work with you, Maho. What? Don't talk as the last time we're ever gonna see each other. Well, it might be. I hate you! You always do this. You always go and leave me behind! But that's who Kurisu Makase was. When Maho had asked for her for help, both she and Kurisu should have been prepared. That's why. Someday, I'll catch up to you. No, I'll surpass you. Just you wait. Yeah. Kurisu smiled once more, then disappeared from the screen. Maho wiped away her tears and thwapped the crying girl next to her on the helmet. How long are you going to keep crying? You want to save Mayuri, right? So help me. Help you? First, we need to find Okabe. You should be able to show us how to get out of this. What? Do you know where Stratford's hideout is? I don't. Neither do I. But Maho grabbed the girl by the hand and helped her up, then raced down the stairs. I don't know, but my friend is gonna find me the answer soon. She told me to believe in her. Kurisu Makase wouldn't betray me. As soon as she left the radio building, she got a message on her Rhine. The gunfire was continuing. As she hurried away, she looked down at her phone. Okabe is in the basement of Tokyo Denki. I just learned this now. I followed their monitoring to find their location. Take care of Okabe for me. Teach that damn pervert or professor what happens to peeping toms who watch me all the time. When she read it, she smiled despite everything that was going on. Thank you, Kurisu. Thank you. She clutched the phone tightly to her chest. But then she quickly changed gears. I found the Stratford hideout. Tell me where it is. I'll go there and kill everyone inside. Maho shivered at the ice in her words. She felt a bottomless madness coming from the woman in the motorcycle suit. But for now, she had to cooperate with her. There is no way she'd get Rintarou back from Maho on her own. Wait, back from... Excuse me? Hold on. There is no way she could get Rintarou back from Dr. Leskinen on her own, probably? Or from Stratford? Oh my gosh. Come on, game! Did they proofread this? Let's go. She needed to take responsibility for the future she'd created. To avoid that cruel future. Maho ran through the streets of Akihabara, where a war was already beginning. Alright. Back to Rintarou's perspective. A voice. I could hear a voice. Okabe. Someone was calling my name. I slowly woke up and turned toward the voice. Okabe. Maho was standing in the darkness. Mistranslation? Probably more of a typo, to be honest. She had a smile on her face that was somehow lonely and somehow sad. I'm sorry. You're not going to see me again. If I'm around you, I might betray you again. Listen. I know this is selfish, but I want you to do something for me. Please. Find Steins Gate. While you've been captured, something terrible has happened to the world. Maeda and Suzuha are both missing. Kagari and I went to the Stratford hideout to save you. Kagari died there, but she took several of them with her. Dr. Leskinen was the only one to escape. Amadeus was deleted too. This is all just too much, isn't it? But now you're our only hope. Please. I know it's horrible to just leave this all to you, but please, reach Steins Gate no matter what. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Farewell. Hyajo! I woke up on top of blankets laid out on the floor of a hospital. The rooms, and even the halls outside, were overflowing with wounded people. There weren't enough beds, so there were blankets placed on the floor. Where was I? I thought I was back to the other world line with the war, but I wasn't. According to the news on TV, there had been a terror attack in Akihabara. A special forces group from another country had gone on a rampage, and it was like something out of a war. The incident had come to an end, and the mystery special forces unit disappeared, but many were dead or wounded after the battle. I didn't really remember how I got here. The last thing I remember was being locked up and horribly tortured by Leskinen. My whole body ached, in fact. Okay, Okabe. Farewell. And then I remembered what Maho had said to me in that dream. Was that real? Maho had saved me? Had she mentioned Kagari? I patted down my pockets and found my phone was still there. I tried to call Maeda. If that dream was real, Maeda was missing. But that was impossible. I'd chosen this world line so that Maeda would survive. If nothing else, it was guaranteed that she'd make it to 2036. She couldn't die today in 2011. Maeda, answer me! But no matter how many times I called, she didn't pick up. I forced myself to stand up and leave the hospital room. I went out to the roof. It seemed I was at the Ochanomizu Hospital where Fubuki had stayed before. The morning sky was amazingly clear. I could see Akihabara in the far distance. There were pillars of smoke rising up. I shivered at the strange sight. Even from here, I could tell how fierce the battle must have been. The world's history was proceeding as John Titor had prophesied. I tried calling Maeda again from the roof, but nobody picked up. My next move was to call Daru out of desperation. Hello? Okarin! Daru! Good, you're alive! You too. I'm glad you're safe. Things were surprisingly quiet by the lab. Where are you now? On the run. I left Akihabara. I see. I've gotten in touch with both Ferris, Tan, and Luca. Both of them say they've evacuated. Hey, Okarin. I can't find Mayushi or Suzuha. And the time machine was completely destroyed yesterday. There's nothing left, not even a piece of scrap. Things are moving so much faster than Suzuha told us they would. So it wasn't a dream after all. While I was unconscious, she'd said her goodbye. Hey, Daru. Am I not allowed to live a normal life? I was ready for this to happen. I'm the one who chose a world where the Third World War occurred instead of Steins Gate. But I never thought I'd survive and everyone else would die. This isn't fair. Were the laws of God never going to forgive me no matter what? Was it that much of a sin to escape the Wheel of Fate? If it was, then why not just curse me? I'm going to make a time machine. Daru. I don't have a choice. I can't let it end this way. What are you going to do, Okarin? The smoke was still rising over Akihabara. I stared at it in shock. Tears welled up. I fell to the ground. I didn't have the strength to stand up. I couldn't answer Daru's question. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you work to change things, everything converges back to the way God wants it. You're wasting your time struggling against it, Daru. I'm so tired. I need to sleep a little. There's still a few years before the Third World War really begins. And there's 14 years before I die. I live my life averting my eyes from reality and not wasting my time with a fight that can't be won. And that's the only end that's fitting for a person like me. I'm sorry, Maho. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry, Kurisu. Forgive me for giving up here. Alright, and that is our first ending! Thank you for the hydrate! Yeah, things were going so fast that I completely forgot! I completely forgot of the possibility of there being multiple endings! But I mean, it's Steins Gate, of course there are multiple endings. So... Alright, so yeah, so I guess this is just the ending where Rintarou just gives up entirely, which, I mean... I guess that's just Steins Gate 0 in a nutshell? For the better, let's see which one makes you rage the most. Oh! Oh no! Yes, are you saying that there's gonna be an ending that makes me rage? Oh my goodness. I don't know if I'm ready for this. So, all right. So now's the part where we try to figure out where did we go horribly wrong. Maybe not rage, but feel. I guess we'll see. Though I bet this would be a lot easier if we did have the almighty flowchart to help us, but we don't. This isn't a new Uchikoshi game. This is a mage's game. They don't generally have flowcharts. As far as I can tell. 1.143688. Gehenna Stigma completed. Extra menu was added to the title menu. CG library was added to extra menu. Sound library, movie library, tips. Those who seek history. Okay, so there are 5 endings. There are 6 endings that we can get. Okay, I don't even remember the original Steins Gate like showing like a list of endings that you don't have. Also, I love how it's using those I hope that I like how they're styling this like sort of like after like the divergence meter a little bit. All right, so I guess we can continue. All right, so now we gotta use. All right, so Gehenna Sigma, that's up. So it looks like that's the ending we got. So let's, we're probably gonna have to go back in time here. Yeah, what an ending you gotta say. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. So now what we gotta do is we gotta... So what I think we have to do is we have to go back, just like in the original Steins 8, we kind of have to go back and see what, like, see what different decision that we can make. How far are we going? I think we're gonna go back to Pandora's box. I'm just gonna go back, like, bit by bit. Like, going for, like, the most recent save to the least recent one. And see if, like, it does, just to see if it gives us a, if, like, the most recent choice gives us, like, a different path. If it doesn't, then we'll know to reload. It's from Kurisu. Alright. So now... It's from Kurisu. Yep, so this was the last save that we made. Although, actually, I think we may even have to go back even further. Possibly. Because once those goons showed up, I mean, things just kind of like started escalating from there. But still, anyway, in this case, I'm probably just gonna let the call go through, or like, I'm just gonna probably let it go to voicemail or something. I'm just not gonna answer it this time. Because I think last time, Pika, you suggested that I do answer the phone, but I'm not gonna do that this time. Alright, it's from Kurisu. Maho looked troubled. I didn't want Kurisu hearing this either. I don't know what to do. And then I remembered. The world line where I'd spent a month during wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Kurisu was being used by the US military there. I still didn't know what that meant. I stared at my phone's screen. Should I answer it? Or should I talk to Daru first? I was really surprised to see you two knew each other, though. I wasn't sure what to say when I saw you together at May Queen. Well, I figured it out quick, though. You both know Kurisu Makase. But Maho-tan, you said you weren't going to tell Okadin about this. Did you change your mind? It'd be more accurate to say he figured it out for himself. Oh, I see. Dado nodded and grabbed some snacks off the table to gobble down. I put the smartphone in my pocket. For now, I needed to focus on talking to Dado. So, what did you want to talk about? Okay, there should be like a... There should be like a quick skip feature, right? At least for dialogue that I think we've encountered before, I think there should be like a quick skip. Kind of like with 999. Anyway. You know what I wanted to talk about. I'm here with Hyajo. Show me the laptop and hard drive that Kurisu left behind. Did you figure out the password? I have no idea. What do you mean? I'm trying to tell you one simple thing. Stop trying to analyze that laptop right now. There may be something lurking within it so terrible that it will plunge the entire world into chaos. Hey, are you listening? Get a grip, dude. Oh! Dado just called him a Chuni, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. I figured that was what he had in his mind. He probably thinks that Hyoin Kyoma is back. So you're one of those, huh? No, I'm being serious. This isn't about Hyoin Kyoma. Get a grip. Get a grip, dude. I have a grip! I slammed my hand down on the table. The shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor. Listen to me, okay? This involves Suzuha. Suzuha? You know what Suzuha's job is, right? Krisk. Oh my gosh, there's so many more tips that I didn't look at. Okay, Krisk. A net slang shortening of Kwashku, or give me the details. Use when you want more information about something. So like, give me the deets. Yeah, give me the deets. Or spill the beans. All right, phone wave, name subject to change. That, yeah, we all know what the phone wave name to subject to change was. That was what led to that was the base of the time leap machine. Future gadget number 8. A microwave oven that can be remote controlled by a cell phone. By chance, it gained the ability to send D-mails, messages that could go back into the past. After he arrived in the beta world line, Okabe destroyed it and disposed of the remains. Okay, so the phone wave name subject to change was destroyed. Okay. Ghost in the Ball, future gadget number 7. A large ball with 12 Type 6 Braun tube TVs, all with their screens facing outward. In between the TVs are multiple miniature CMOS cameras. The cameras are pointed directly outward and linked to the TVs directly behind them. The result is what looks like a polygon model of a ball that uses optical camouflage technology. Ooh! Okay, that's actually really cool. Sialoom Saber. Future gadget number 6. Oh yeah, okay, so all these are like the future, all these are just future gadgets from the previous games. Okay. Future gadget number 6. A stick filled with red chemical Sialoom with a handle added to allow it to be used as a sword. We've revolutionized the industry by creating glowing fake blood, an idea no one's ever had before. The Future Gadget Lab can do more than just work with hardware. We're also chemists, too. The name comes from the famous Hollywood movie series Spark Wars. Okay. It's supposed to be lightsaber, then. Based on lightsabers. Okay, Future Gadget number 4. Mode Snake. A super instant humidifier. It consists of countless heating coils that warm water to create an incredible amount of steam. While it only lasts a few seconds, it can humidify a room in an instant. It is intended for rooms around 10 meters squared in size. The design, shaped like a claymore mine, is perfect for military attack. The name comes from the stealth action game Metal Mode Solid Rising. Okay, so Metal Gear. And also, for those who don't remember, Mode Snake was used to create that smoke screen when the Rounder showed up on Friday the 13th in the original Steins Gate. Which is what they used to use the time leap machine to go back a few hours. Could this be Ora Ora? Oh, all right. Quick AFK while you eat. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Don't let anything too exciting happen. Okay, well, as soon as something exciting happens, Pika, I'll pause it until you get back. Just be sure you come back, please. All right. A lie detector that works by sensing the sweat from your thumb. It would perhaps be better to call it a sweat detector, but still, you have to admit that this is an incredible invention. Its name comes from the cult hit manga Juju's Weird Adventure. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. If only Jimbo were here. Vanishes, never to be heard from again. Gosh dang it, Pika turned into a Tails protagonist, getting a game over. Gosh dang it. Right, Bamboo Helicam, future gadget number 2. A bamboo helicopter equipped with a CCD camera. The CCD camera is loaded inside the support pillar of the bamboo copter, allowing for unpowered aerial photography. However, since the camera spins at an incredible rate, watching the footage may make you sick. The name comes from the anime 22 Emon, or Emon. I do not know what that is a reference to. A bit particle cannon, future gadget number 1. The first glorious invention of the Future Gadget Lab. It consists of a TV remote jammed inside of a toy ray gun. If you pull the trigger of the gun, you can change the channel of the TV as if you were shooting at it. However, the only button that works is the channel button. The others, such as volume control, don't work at all. The TV must be manually powered on and off. The name comes from one of Japan's most famous giant robot anime, Mobile Brave Gunbum. Yeah, you gotta keep people set. You gotta keep those people happy. You gotta keep the lawyers happy. Nakabachi's paper. That was enough for Daru to understand. Seriously? I've been serious the whole time. I see. Well, I'd more or less assumed that was the case. Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked, fire-resistant case that was sitting on one of the racks. There were a laptop and hard drive hidden within. That's it? The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. The hard drive was American, from a brand known for equipping its hard drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. Oh. Okay, R1 is the skip button for stuff that we've seen before. Okay, I'll remember that. A laptop and hard drive that Kurisu left behind. Just to double check. You weren't able to break the security, right? Well, you know how it is. No hack can get through my software. Don't do anything else with it. I've been paid already, though. He looked apologetically towards Maho. She was glaring at me. I asked this before, but what exactly are you hiding when it comes to Kurisu? Trying to learn the truth isn't always the answer. That's just what you think. You won't even give me the information I need to make that choice. It's dangerous! You know you were just attacked, right? I don't want to be a coward who just hides behind her knight in shining armor. I'm a scientist. I don't want to give up on trying to reach the truth, no matter how dangerous that may be. Stares at Mochi. Gosh dang it, Onyx! Stop staring at me! Stare at the cute girl on the screen instead. You just don't understand. If Kurisu was here, she'd probably say the same thing, wouldn't she? I started. Maho was right. I remembered having the same conversation with Kurisu. It was when we were looking into CERN, I think. You're gonna have to tell her, man. Daru! Maho-tan doesn't look like anything you say is gonna convince her. Yeah, it's not. And it's probably more dangerous to be involved and not know what the deal is, right? Only if what you're saying is true, though. Daru had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself in deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. Just the fact that she was carrying Kurisu's belongings made her a part of the Third World War, but she had no idea. Eats peanut butter and banana sandwich staring at me practically judging me for what, though? What did I do? What did I do? That computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. Also, how are you doing, Onyx, by the way? I didn't ask yet. How are you doing? It was at the center of an international power struggle. Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Kurisu's home in America. Afterward, mysterious men claiming to be in the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. This whole thing was on the verge of exploding. And people like me were nothing in the face of a war between nations. It'll mean telling her about Suzuha. Are you okay with that, Daru? We don't have a choice, do we? I turned back toward Maho. Yujo, can you promise me one thing? You're a scientist, and I believe a very logical person. Don't let your emotions lead you into doing something stupid. Don't do anything rash. Don't be like I once was. Good, you went to the green side of the forest. Oh my! Is that like the Twilight side of the forest where it's neither the light nor dark? It's just the green side of the forest. What I'm about to tell you is hard to believe. You may think it's impossible, but it's true. So. Oh, the vegan side of the forest. Okay, you know what? That works. That works too. Get to the point. What is it you want me to promise? Don't get any ideas about saving Kurisu Makise. What? Her mouth hung open, like she didn't understand what she just heard. Save Kurisu? If you can't promise that, I won't tell you anything. So what'll it be? Does that mean it's possible that I could save her? You may think so, but I'm telling you right now there isn't. What did I just say? I can't give you any answer until I've been given the information I need to decide.
You know what that means?
Fish! Thanks, Onyx. Tell me. Everything. I took a deep breath and began to tell her the story. I told her about the time machine, about Suzuha, and about the Third World War, and about the relationship between Kurisu and Dr. Nakabachi, and that what was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory was actually based off of Kurisu's writings. I told her that the original copy of Kurisu's work might be hidden on her laptop or hard drive. And I told her that Russia and America might be fighting over it. As for how Kurisu died, I decided to skip that. Maho was silent the whole time I spoke, with a confused expression on her face. She looked like a girl who just graduated to middle school and who was staring at a string of equations on a blackboard that were like nothing she'd ever seen before. Her expression didn't change even when I finished.
Chocolate? Chocolate?
Chocolate! I can't do the Mr. Lawrence scream, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sora. Sorry, I scared Sora. Ah, gosh darn it. Sorry, buddy. Poor babe. Yes. Poor baby Sora. Poor baby boy. Go back here. Go back. Go back here. Although I may want to jump in my lap soon. I don't know. Streams chocolately excitedly at Sora. Don't do that, Onyx. Don't scare the poor. Don't scare the poor that poor. Alright, anyway. Is this true? It's not made up? Maho was asking Dadu, not me. Nope. Sora is looking for attention. Gosh dang it. Gosh darn it, Onyx. Why'd you make me scare him? Now he's not gonna leave me alone. Yeah. You can't bring yourself to believe it? That's not it. It's just so different from what I was expecting that I'm having a hard time processing it. What were you expecting? I thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes. Military purposes? Kurisu spent a lot of time at the psychophysiology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all. Snuggle Mochi to death? Oh my gosh, you're just like this emote, for real, for real. She said she thought they were from the Department of Defense. Russia, the FBI, and now the United States Department of Defense? This was getting even more suspicious. Can Amadeus kill someone? How? Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them, and use them to control drones. And remember what I said about medical applications? You mean copying memory data back to the brain? Yeah. If you could alter memory data, and then send it back to the brain, you could make soldiers who didn't feel freer, who could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. Wow, sounds like a Hollywood movie. Did this mean reality had caught up to books and movies? My thought was that Kurisu had found proof that they were running experiments like that. And that's why they went after her? Yeah. Maho picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy and was a lot lighter than it looked. I never expected a time machine, though. Either way, we should destroy it immediately. Not looking to see what's inside? You don't know for sure that it's got what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what's inside it. As long as it still exists, it could start a war. She still didn't seem satisfied. But it's proof that Kurisu was alive once. It's what she left to us. Can't just get rid of it. If you learn what's inside it, they may come after you next. That's true, but if this wasn't working, maybe I need to try another approach. Surely you asked Kurisu about the password, right? Amadeus. Of course, that was the first thing I tried. But it didn't work, right? Maho nodded. That's strange, right? Normally she'd know. The Amadeus Kurisu didn't know what it was. There's only one possibility then. That the password was created after that snapshot of her memory was put into Amadeus, right? Kurisu herself changed the password without Amadeus knowing. Why do you think she did that? Isn't it because she didn't want anyone knowing what it was? Let's not dig up the graves of the dead, okay? Dig up her grave. It's not like that! I'm sorry. You're right.
Suck!
Gosh darn it, Onyx, you're starting to sound more and more like Orville/Stormblight every day. Maybe I'm getting too obsessed with Kurisu. I know you really care about her. But you shouldn't get involved with this. This might not be Pandora's box. It might be the gate to hell. Get a grip, dude! Would you stop? Maho hugged the laptop tight to her chest and sighed. Alright, Okabe. I understand what's going on. I still haven't finished getting it straight through my head, though. I'll get rid of this laptop. Thanks. I was so glad she understood. You really are amazing. How do you figure that? A normal person would just refuse to accept all this. Or even if they didn't, they'd ask a ton of questions. You're giving me too much credit. Usually I wouldn't even bother refuting this. I wouldn't even listen. Normally, a scientist should never deny any possibility, no matter how improbable. But we have a tendency to put too much faith in common sense and our own theories. Then why is it different this time? Because Kurisu Makise is involved. Maho's smile was bitter. This time travel theory? A time leap machine? You're joking. It's impossible. But it wouldn't be impossible for Kurisu. You're a Slytherin? What do you expect? I'd expect, I don't know. You're not defined. Slytherin doesn't define you. You should define Slytherin. Yeah, how did this happen? Were you Slytherin by choice, or were you actually sort of there? Good question. My opinion. She's always been the one who proved that everything I thought I knew was wrong. I see. That's right. Her Amadeus login was Salieri. I almost said that, but stopped myself. It seemed to me like that ID held some kind of gloomy meaning to her as a scientist. So, what about my pay? I've actually already used all the money Maho-tan gave me to reserve this month's H games. You're terrible. That's what I do this job for. It's fine. I won't ask for my money back. I didn't expect much when I asked you anyway. Just so we're clear, another 3 days and I would have cracked the password. Totes serious. Slang means seriously or really. Sure, whatever. Maho smiled and turned back to me. By the way, I want to see proof of this. Proof. You got it somewhere, right? This time machine. And I want to talk to Suzuha too. Well, I don't know about that. Daru had agreed to it, but still. I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzuha. We'd just gotten into a fight, and I really didn't want to bring this up with her. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I need to get Suzuha's permission, and that made it difficult. Daru, why don't you talk to Suzuha for me instead? Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped. Sword of the Slytherin, born in the year of the snake, mischievously cunning by nature, and your Patronus is a black mamba. Well, maybe. Have you tried being nice? What is it? I'm busy now. His tone was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. Got a bad feeling about this. Oh boy! Is exciting stuff happening? I presume the goons are here. Because that's what happened in the other timeline. You know, in the, the alternate route that we took. Hello? Is something wrong? Daru flipped through several channels on the security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. All 6 monitors had been displaying the interior of the store, and now they showed the entrance to the building, the emergency exit, corridors, the elevator hall, and the emergency stairs. So we had cameras not just inside the building, but outside it too? This was no time to be impressed. The images were covered in white, snowy static. But I could see strange figures on the screens. Who are these guys? The entrance to the building. The first floor elevator hall. You don't smile that much? Well, you certainly laugh maniacally quite a bit. The 7th floor elevator hall. The 7th floor emergency stairs in front of the cosplay shop. There had been nothing there a moment ago, and now there were 4 men standing in each of those 5 places. They were silent and did not speak to one another. There were around 20 of them in all. Some were wearing suits, others typical Akihabara fashions, yet others were wearing military camo. Individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. But the fact that so many people had all come to this lonely building at once seemed terrifying. Okie, I'm abandoning this location. You bail out when you get a chance too. See ya. Evidently, he'd been talking to the man at the front counter. He put down the intercom and looked at us. So yeah, we're getting out of here. What? Daru pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it. I'm innocent! My gosh. I'll take that laptop too, please. Maho stood there, blinking, as she handed him Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. Hey, who are these people? Are they after Kurisu's PC? Couldn't say. I caused a lot of trouble. This has happened before. Well, that's why I keep this job a secret. Seriously? Daru took the laptop and hard drive from Maho, threw them into the backpack, and slid it onto his back. How are we getting out of here anyway? We're standing right outside the door. It's a shame, because I like this place. Finally time to say goodbye, huh? Despite his tone, his expression was still serious. He watched to the corner of the room. There was a life-size poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck to the wall. Or wouldn't that be like Vocaloid? Fictional, name of a DTM desktop music software for home computers that allows for the secretion of an artificial singing voice. Gosh darn it, Pika, why aren't you here? Why isn't Pika here? Gosh darn it. He would have appreciated that reference. Excuse me, Dintan. Daru carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. There was a glass door hidden behind it, which led out to a concrete veranda. Veranda, rather. Oh, yeah, Jinx is up. Yep, you sure did. This way. Wait, that was how he was going to escape? But this was the 7th floor, right? There wasn't time to worry about it. Daru went out to the veranda without bothering to wait for us. I pushed Maho forward and urged her to go ahead of me. The veranda was filled with junk, just like the inside. The floor was covered with old PCs and monitors, as well as old arcade games that were clearly broken. There was barely any place to stand. But that meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from outside. Maybe he'd set this up deliberately so he could use it in case of an emergency. From there, we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board that connected this veranda to the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, and then used the emergency ladder to get to the 2nd floor. Me in medieval times? You had blowtorches in medieval times? I wonder how that was possible. It was an empty space that Daru rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. My blood ran cold when Daru got a call that the men in front of the cosplay shop had broken in. From there, we planned to escape from the next building's emergency exit. The emergency exit there led out to a different alleyway than the one we'd originally come in, so in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the building was dark and deserted. Oh boy, they were naive! You're a time traveler. Oh, okay, so you're John Titor, huh? They see my flamethrower they also took with you and accused you of witchcraft? Well, maybe you should accuse them of witchcraft. Maybe that's how the Salem witch trials can prevent it. They just accused everyone else. If they just accused the accusers of being witches. Like, think about it. Also, I got a fresh supply of hunter sausage. So I'm ready to start digging in. Little chat arson in there, anyone? Ah. Trying to smoke veggies. Okay, well you're just cooking there. That's fine. But yeah, just so y'all know, I'm trying to stall here a little bit. I'm trying to stall a little bit. Tracking the pyromaniacs, not at all one, of course not. Oh wow, my gosh. I mean, my Twitch name used to be Magmar Fire before I changed it to Big Mochi, so I mean, birds of a feather flock together, I suppose. I'm trying to stall as long as I can for Pika. But the sausage is already almost eaten, so. Oh, look at that. It's gone now. It's gone. Alright, guess we're continuing. Stretch break now. Well, you gotta redeem it first. Cat cuddling break. Ah, what sort is this? Again. Alright. Oh. Well, posture check I can do. That makes sense. Thank you, Vi, for the posture check. Oh, and the stretch. Okay. You know what? That works too. Ah. Alright, that was good. That was good. Alright. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. You have 35,000 channel points. You can do this all day. Oh my goodness. That's quite a lot. They were waiting for us there, as if they'd known exactly where we were going. We were caught off guard. Before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. And then there was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted our arms behind our backs, and slammed us to the ground. But it wasn't the group who'd attacked us in the building. They were all wearing full face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. It's just Leah hiding the fact that she torched a poacher that was hitting on her and threw his corpse in a confinement room. Eh. Well, to be fair though, poachers, screw poachers. One of them, the girl holding down Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I knew who'd attack us while dressed like that. Don't yell. Do what we tell you. I was right. I knew that voice. I could tell even with her helmet right hiding her face. Otherwise, she's dead. Oh gee, this looks pretty darn interesting. I'm sorry, Pika, I tried to stall! Pika, I tried to stall! Okay, anyway, so okay, it wasn't even a long story though. So basically what happened, so you remembered back the last time we were in Daru's like place right there? So we decided not to answer Kurisu. And so now we had the conversation. Basically, then we just had the conversation. We basically had the conversation with Maho about, like, you know, the time machine and all that. So basically, everything that Rintarou told Maho in the hotel room in the other timeline happened here. At that point, the goons that were showing up at the store did come by while they were still inside, so they went out to escape into an alleyway, and then they found themselves attacked by these people. So you technically didn't miss much. Oh yeah, you also missed a Vocaloid reference too. Can't forget that. But yeah, technically you didn't really miss too much. A lot of the stuff that you missed was actually stuff that you've kind of seen before, kind of. Just kind of told like in a different way. And with Daru being there. And then we basically... And at the end of that conversation, Rintarou convinced Maho to, like, get rid of the laptop. Even though she was, you know, against it. But yeah, so then they had to evacuate that building, and they found themselves getting captured in the alleyway by different guys. Yeah, Kagari and someone else found them. Yeah, it seems like that's the case, yes. What is it? Yeah, it was just like an off... Yeah, they convinced her to destroy it. It has not been destroyed yet, though. So, something's gonna happen here. Ugh. And also the reference it's a reference to Dean, actually. I mean, so basically there was like a poster that he held up that was hiding a door. Like a glass door that he could use to escape. Or that Donna could use to escape. It said, it was like, basically, "I'm sorry, Dean," he said as he was like pulling down the poster carefully to make sure it didn't, like, you know, rip it. But for more information, check the VOD. Oh yeah, and there was also a tip as well. It's called Vocalo here, but yeah. Software for home computers that allows for creation of an artificial singing voice. So, yeah. Alright, so yeah. So now, present time! We are in this alleyway being captured by Kagadi and some other rando, I guess. She held Maho with her left arm and took out a military knife with her right. She put the knife up to Maho's throat. Don't do it! The horrible memories came flooding back to me. Whether it happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Maidi from me was right here. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Moeka! You're so right, Pink, it's Moeka! Mayuri Shina is not needed. I gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and glared at the woman in the motorcycle suit. I'll give you what you want, so don't do it! I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck. She handed her over to one of the other men. And then she took off her helmet. You're... Moeka Kiryu. So it was you after all. Where is it? Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion. Just like they were on August 13th. I was forced off the ground by one of the others. But my arm was still twisted upwards. I tried as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. First, let go of my hand! I can't even talk like this! Moeka slightly nodded to the other men. The hand that was holding me drew back. I could finally move again. Wait, you thought she wouldn't be involved after... Wait. Wait. Where's this information? Yeah, gosh dang it, Monokuma. Eliminating the trash wall. Listen, we don't have a weapon with which we can do that. And, also, Maho is kind of, you know, kind of at gunpoint too. Well, knife point.
You
but...
stink!
No, you stink, Monokuma! Unless she was contacted by Lesson's group after the fact instead of, Oh, you mean Kurisu? Okay. This is my own assumption of events post Steins Gate, not things stated to have occurred. Okay, I see. Well, I don't think it was confirmed that she wouldn't be involved. This is still the alpha world line. She was around her in the beta world line. But it looks like here she's doing something else not good. So, but Maho is still in their hands. I'll trade it for Dr. Hyajo. Daru, give me your backpack. Right. Daru is about to take off his backpack. Don't do it! Don't give it to her! Hyajo, stay quiet. She will kill you. It's not just a threat. But would Kurisu be happy if you died over her paper? Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. Still glaring at Moeka, I took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack. This is it. Hand me the backpack, too. Let Hyajo go first. She didn't respond. Fine then. I'd have to bluff. If you want the password to decrypt it, don't think about cheating us. I put the two items back in the backpack and handed it over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking. Nobody can boot this thing without the right password. Hackers all over the world have tried and failed. I'll tell you once our safety is guaranteed. I don't want to get killed the moment we hand it over. Of course, I had no clue what the password was. If they found that out, we were doomed. Daru was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored it. Keep your damn mouth shut, Daru. You're right. Alright, she fell for it. That meant... Then one of you is coming with me. Huh? We'll let two of you go immediately. If the password is correct, we'll let the other one go as well. Damn, that's not good enough. No! We can't be sure the one who stays will be safe. Then all three of you come with us. Ugh. This woman! I could feel a cold sweat out of my back. I'd never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do next. Itaru Hashida, come this way. What? Me? We're told you're a specialist. Bring the backpack over here. No! If you come, we'll leave the other two here. Wait! Then I'll go! That's fine, right? My superiors told me nothing about you. I can't even say if you really know the password. Damn, she saw through me. Moeka put the knife back to Maho's neck. Itaru Hashida, come, quickly. I'd rather hear that line said in a more erotic situation. Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? They're going to kill Daru. I thought as fast and as hard as I could, but nothing came to me. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036 and complete the time machine. That much is clear from Suzuha's testimony. If the world lines are going to converge, even if Moeka took Daru here, he wouldn't be killed, right? No. But that didn't mean I could leave. That didn't mean I could leave him here. One of the men with Moeka was looking at his watch. She noticed it too. They might have felt they were taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. I hope that somebody might wander by, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I needed to solve this myself instead of relying on others. Do I need to kill someone first? I felt a cold knife pressed hard against my carotid artery. Ocarine! No! Daru and Maho were screaming, but suddenly it all seemed unreal, like it was taking place in a distant world. They say that's what happens whenever someone is confronted with their own death, and what's happening to me now. I can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. I tried asking Souza, even though she wasn't here. I tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean I could do something stupid here. A normal college kid like me would be too scared to move once they had a knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Kurisu's blood came back into my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? Just when I was about to give up, a black van pulled up and braked hard at one end of the alley, blocking us in. A sliding door opened, and out poured men carrying assault rifles. Well, things just got worse. Things just got worse! They were all wearing gray military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. From their huge frames and the color of their skin, it was clear that they weren't Japanese. I immediately realized that this was all real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. Those guns were real, and a battle was about to begin. My experience with the August 13th attack, and the war zone I'd lived in until only a few days ago came back to me. Everyone hide! There's 2 emojis and a piece of... Oh my god, Monokuma. It didn't matter who was friend or foe. Moeka moved the instant I spoke. She saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. They let go of Maho, who was standing up, confused, in the middle of the alley. Maho, get down!
It's done.
Dang it. It better be Monokuma! The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. There was a sharp noise, and a bullet went through the helmet of the rounder who was holding a knife to my throat. As he went down, I went down with him, and I hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Daru's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran in the opposite direction of the van. A man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. While the soldiers turned their gun on the fleeing rounder. Her body flew up off the ground as both she and the backpack were torn open. The contents of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. The laptop and hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Kurisu's laptop and hard disk were turned to unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. She just heard someone say something along the lines of that, and my troll mind immediately went, "Are you feeling it yet, son?" Oh gosh. It just got worse. Are you feeling it yet, son? You were right about the raging. Well, I'm not raging. I'm just, that was more of a panic reaction than anything else. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. It really all happened in an instant. I looked around, and the Russian soldiers were running toward us. Moeka and her rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the 2 bodies. The soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the 2 rounders, and got right back into their van. They didn't even pause to look at us. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. The blood from the two bodies. Maho, who was lying on the ground and shaking. Daru, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings. And me, lying on the ground. My heart had been pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain in my neck after it was all over. Evidently, the knife had cut me a little when I'd fallen. A while later, we finally heard the sirens of a police car. And it was only then I remembered that I was in Akihabara, Japan. The Third World War may have started long ago, and we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we truly were powerless. Akihabara was in an uproar. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. We escaped to the lab, making sure that no one was following us. It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found us at the scene of another crime like that, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she'd sensed what was going on outside and gone to check on the time machine. We held our breath and waited. It felt like if we let anyone know we were here, more scary people would burst down the door and charge in. Hashida, do you have any towels here? Yeah, in the washroom. Maho nodded and brought a new towel from the washroom. She handed it to me. Okabe, your neck's bleeding. Put this on it. Thanks. My neck was wet with blood. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep wound, so it wasn't long before it stopped. After handing me the towel, Maho sat down right on the floor and didn't move. I knew how she felt, especially since this was the second time she'd been attacked. And this time, people had died right in front of her. You okay, Hyojo? Yeah. She nodded hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. And I realized that she'd been clutching her left hand into a fist this whole time, and there was blood coming out of it. Did you get hurt? Show me. Oh. Evidently, she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. She was looking at her left hand, confused. Huh? What's wrong? My fingers won't move. That's strange. Maho had been holding some small fragment in her left hand. Her hand had frozen around it and wouldn't move. Soon, it started to shake. I grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly she'd cut off the blood flow to her fingers. They were very cold. When I finally forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? I picked it up. Oh. It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. It was a piece of Kurisu's laptop. She must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. If she held something so sharp tightly for so long, of course she was going to bleed. I returned it to Maho without a word. She took the broken fragment and cradled it in her hands, and stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly, a single line of tears dripped down her cheek. Poor Maho. After that, it didn't stop. She continued to sob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Couldn't protect you. So sorry. It was as if that tiny fragment was Kurisu herself. She held it to her chest and kept crying. Hyojo. I'm sure Kurisu feels relieved. Huh? She's glad you're safe. So you don't need to apologize. There's nothing to apologize about. She didn't respond. Instead, a phone started to vibrate. Oh, it's mine. Maho took out her cell phone and looked at the message she received. It's from Dr. Leskinen. What's wrong? He says the office and hotels were ransacked. His and mine. They're a mess, he says. I see. Whether it was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever had first surrounded the cosplay shop, they must have been after Kurisu's laptop and hard drive. There's no backup of that computer's data, right? That's right. Then this is for the best. What Kurisu left behind won't be used as a tool to kill billions of people. In the end, I got what I wanted. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. There was so little left that I was sure there would be no way to restore it. Wait, why did the Russians destroy that computer? Didn't they want to get their hands on it? Russia's in the lead in the race for the time machine right now. From their perspective, it'd be great if they could get their laptop. But they'd probably rather destroy it than let someone else get their hands on it, right? They probably wanted to avoid a protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The cold way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. An amateur couldn't do that. So, what do we do now? I'd rather not stay here if I can avoid it. Russia might not know about this place, but Moeka might. If the Rounders were on the move, then Tanoji downstairs might be involved too. We'll move at sunset. It would have been great if Suza had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. Now we go to Maho's perspective. Maho was sinking into a warm bathtub. She could finally feel blood flowing through her body again. The heat melted the tension away from her muscles. Her injured hand hurt a little, but it wasn't unbearable. She felt like she'd come back to life. Once the sun had set, Maho and Rintarou had gone to Ferris, the cat-eared maid at May Queen Yan Squared, for help. Ferris's home was at the top of a high-rise condo building on prime Akihabara real estate. From a security perspective, it was superior to the future gadget lab in every way imaginable. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. Wait! Oh no! The Gi parasite's gonna take over here, isn't it? Because we know how world lines work! Oh no! I don't like this! Now, she'd even offered them a bath. Maho was a little worried about Itaru Hashida. He'd insisted on staying to wait for his younger sister Suzuha and remained alone at the future gadget lab. More than an hour had passed since then. Maho-G is back! Gosh dang it, Key! No! 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 Not me! Maho's the one who's infected! Hey, how are you doing, Key? How are you doing? You're unusually excited about me being infected by a Gi parasite. I gotta say. More than an hour had passed since then. Had Rintarou heard anything? And even if they'd moved, that didn't mean this place was safe. The group from this afternoon could attack it at any time. She couldn't help but feel nervous. And that made her feel terrified and vulnerable as she sat naked in the bath. She got out of the bathtub and hurried to the changing room to wipe herself down. She tried to put on the change of underwear Ferris had given her. And her hands started to shake. Then her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. Oh, that's exactly what a gi-infected mochi would say. No! No! Nuh-uh! This is extreme muscle relaxation, after a period of elevated tension and then sudden release. She tried to stay calm by analyzing herself, but that didn't mean she could do anything but lie down. This is... bad. Alarm bells were going off in her head. She'd just about given up, knowing that it would pass with time, when Ferris popped her head in. Maho-nyan? How's the water? Yeah? Ferris screamed and started to panic when she saw Maho naked and lying on the floor. Oh no! She's gonna die! Maho-nyan's gonna die! No, it's fine. Maho's voice was so weak that Ferris didn't even hear her. I need to get her to the bed! Ferris tried to pick up the naked Maho, and then slipped and dropped her. Maho hit the back of her head on the floor. She saw little stars dancing across her field of vision. You can chat Ferris not even dropping the Nyan when someone is dying. True, you're so right, Key. She never breaks a true cafe maid never drops character. I'm so sorry. Sprawling naked on the floor, face up, Maho tried to force herself to stand, but her arms were too weak. Listen, this will pass soon. But Ferris wasn't listening. For some reason, she decided to reach around Maho from behind and try to drag her up. And then Rintarou must have heard Ferris' scream because he ran in. What's wrong, Ferris? She wanted to scream, but all that came out was a tiny whimper. I'm really sorry. I mean it. Rintarou lowered his head deeply toward Maho as she lay on the bed. You don't need to apologize. It was an accident. She still couldn't bear to look him in the face. Just remembering the despair and embarrassment she'd felt when he saw her naked body made her want to bury her head in a pillow and flare her legs back and forth. To make matters worse, she still hadn't been able to stand up after all that, and Rintarou had been forced to carry her to the bed. She'd never been touched by a boy before, and so it was only today that she realized how rugged male arms were. Being carried was extremely uncomfortable, to the point where she'd squirmed around and almost slipped out of his arms. So she'd had no choice but to curl herself into a ball and let Rintarou do whatever he wanted with her, which made her feel really strange. Now she couldn't even bear to look at his face. Girl, you are dying. Get your head out of the gun. She's not dying. She said it will pass. Vanya, it was my fault for panicking like that. Ferris was sitting next to Rintarou, feet under her knees with her shoulders slumped. No, it's fine. I'm sorry for scaring you, in fact. No way that she awakened. No way that awakened something her while she was dying. She's not dying! She said it would pass! Right? You sure you're okay? You don't need to go to a hospital? Oh, the tension's caught up with me is all. I must have really worried you. I'm so embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anybody would be scared of what happened today. Anyone would feel sick. Even you? Yeah. I see. Get some rest for now. You can think about what happened after, what you're gonna do next after you're feeling better.
難しい話は元気になってから考えるといい。そうね。
That's right. Yeah, that's what I'll do.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Maho closed her eyes. The lights went out and Rintarou and Ferris left the room. Mochi's skipping the yeah. Well, yeah. I don't like using yeah sentence enders. But I do say the puns whenever I can. Hey, it's at least a 1 out of 10 with rice. She lay on the bed and tried not to think about anything. She could hear the pounding of her heart. It would get louder and then softer. The rhythm was very strange. And she could hear a kind of static noise mixed in with her heartbeat, like a broken TV. Was it exhaustion-induced tinnitus? Whatever it was, once she noticed it, she couldn't sleep.
そういえば。
Think of it. Okabe said he was taking some tranquilizers.
服用しているって言ってたわね。
She wasn't supposed to do this, but if she looked at their ingredients, she could tell what medications had what effect. Should she take a look and have him lend her some? If that wasn't possible, she could at least get some over-the-counter antihistamines to use as a sleep aid. This is just the sort of nya I put up with, which I will not nya. There, are you happy? I said it. She turned over. Don't yell. Do what I tell you. Otherwise, you're dead. Suddenly, she heard a voice break through the unpleasant noise. She gulped and leapt out of bed. Terror-stricken, Maho tried to crawl to the door, but her legs wouldn't move like she wanted to. She couldn't stand up. The voice in her ears followed her wherever she went. It was like a wild animal toying with its prey. All the hairs on her body were standing up on end. Her jaw was chattering so hard she bit her tongue. She desperately crawled across the carpet towards the door. Do I have to kill one of you? Stop! No! 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 Yasho, wake up! She woke up to find herself being violently shaken by the shoulders. She looked around the room, panting. She was in bed, and Rintarou was looking down at her. Her whole body was sweaty and she felt sick. There was a burning sensation deep in her stomach. What's wrong? Someone's here! Rintarou looked around. Paris came a moment later, as well as the older man who was her butler, but they were simply standing at the entrance of the room, concerned. I'm sure it was just a bad dream. If they go back to about how she was naked and whatnot, I swear. Listen, Key. I mean, they might, I don't know. The antique clock on the shelf said that at some point it had gotten past 1 a.m. She must have slept for hours without realizing it. Yeah, you're right. It was just a dream. She took a painful breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead without realizing that she sounded just like a little child. They sent Ferris and the butler back to their rooms. Rintarou brought her a towel from the washroom. I'm really sweating. You should wipe yourself down. She did as he said and wiped the beads of sweat off her face, chest, and limbs. As she was deciding whether or not to wipe the insides of her pajamas, Rintarou took the hint and turned around. I'm going back to my room. Call me anytime if you need something. Hmm? How's Hashida? Ouch, 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 cramps. Oh no. Butt cramps? Did you try? Did you get butt cramps in the in the leg? Like in that one SpongeBob episode? Oh, I just got word. He met up with Suzuha. I see. Good night. Rintarou was about to leave her bedside, but Maho, she couldn't believe she was doing this, reached down and grabbed the hem of his shirt without thinking. Wait! Please. It doesn't have to be for long. Oh, female cramps? Ah. Okay, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Stay here. Hyojo. Don't leave me alone. Maho was surprised by the words she was saying. The thought of spending this terrible night all by herself was too much for her. Rintarou must have understood how she felt, because he nodded without smiling. Fine. I'll stay with you until you fall asleep. Thanks. Sorry for asking you to do this. That too? Oh my goodness, Onyx. Hey Thunder, I think I found Fart Juice's Twitch account. I don't think Thunder's watching. But when we played Splatoon the other day, we encountered this one guy named Fart Juice like twice. It was funny. No, it's fine. I had a hell of a time getting to sleep myself. I'll turn around, so at least wipe off the sweat. Okay. While Rintarou stared back at the door, she took off her pajamas and wiped off the thick layer of sweat that covered her whole body. She tried to put her pajamas on again. They were too drenched for her to want to wear them. She had no choice but to dive back under the covers in nothing but her underwear, and bring the comforter way above her chest. It's okay now. You don't have, oh my gosh. Honest, you're like those parents that like say Pokemans unironically. Amidst the dim glow of the nightlight, Rintarou brought a chair to the side of the bed and sat down. I'll be watching over you right here, so you don't need to worry about a thing. You know you'll be safe, right? You worried? Me when I Pokemans. Gosh dang it, Pika! Not you too! No, I'm fine. Maho's face felt hot from some feeling that she didn't understand. She sank deeper under the blanket and turned away from Rintarou. She softly closed her eyes. She could feel his presence behind her. The two of them stopped talking, and the only noise was the distant sounds of night coming from beyond the curtain. Oh, come on!
It's dog!
Thank you, Pika. Okay, now that's a really good use of "it's joke." I love you, Mari. I pokey a woman's. Oh my gosh, bruh. Your timing is immaculate. Oh, it sure is, Pika. How long did they spend like that? Just as she was about to fall into a light sleep, she heard a soft voice in her ears. Hyojo? Still awake? Yeah. She felt herself waking up again. She opened her eyes and turned back towards Rintarou, only to see him staring towards the window. It was as if he was trying to see some sight that lay beyond it. His profile is so handsome. For some reason, that was the thought that came to her. What's wrong? Oh my god. She's really like Squidward right now, where she's like, oh no, he's hot! Rintarou seemed unwilling to talk, so Maho decided to speak first. He swallowed loudly. I really meant to tell you this a lot sooner.
ずっと言おうと思ってたけど
But I didn't have the courage. I'm sorry.
勇気がなかったすまない
何の
What
こ
are you
と？
talking about?
俺は
There's one thing.
一つだけ
一つだ
One
け。
thing?
君に
One thing I haven't told you.
重大なことを隠している
Oh no, he's gonna confess, isn't he? Maho leaned forward, not caring that he might see your chest.
さっき
I told you about the other world line
話したよな
and the Kurisu I met there.
別の世界
About the
線
time
のことや
machine and the time leaps.
そこで出会ったクリスの
Yeah,
クリスと
about Kurisu and her
その
dad.
父親のことも
Yeah,
あの時
there's actually one more thing I should have told you.
本当はもう一つでも
I just couldn't.
どうしても
His head was slumping forward in the chair. Maho waited silently for his next words. Despite the late hour, she heard a helicopter in the distance. For some reason, it sounded really loud. She hadn't seen the news, but it was possible that the media was still talking about the gun battle that had taken place this afternoon.
これは
This was something I needed to tell you when you were alone.
君にだけは絶対に話すべきことだっ
When
た
he finally spoke, his expression was unlike any look she'd ever seen on his face before. It was pained, sad, and suffering, like someone at the bottom of a deep, dark place. And yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at incredible self-hatred and rage.
I can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe it either. Okabe? Suddenly, her chest felt like it was about to burst from pain. She didn't know where the pain was coming from, but she wanted Rintarou to stop looking like that.
あの日
That day, at the radio
同
building,
じ間で
the one who killed
ク
Kurisu
リス
was...
を
His hands were forming some kind of shape, like he was holding an invisible knife.
クリス
The
を
one who killed Kurisu was...
殺したのは
Enough! She screamed, unable to take it anymore. She rolled out of bed, forgetting how she was dressed, and covered Rintarou's hands with her own. That's enough! Enough!
それ以上言わ
You don't need to say anymore. I believe you,
あなたを
so you don't need to tell me.
だから話さなくていい。いつか
Someday, when the time
その
comes,
時が来たら
I'm gonna make you tell me whether you want to or
聞かせても
not.
らうことになると思う。
But that time isn't now.
それは今じゃない。その時が来る
Until that time comes,
口
keep your
を
mouth
つぶ
shut.
っておきなさい。
She strengthened her grip and forced him to let go of the invisible knife. Also, I ship it. Rintarou nodded without saying another word. They simply stared at each other for a while. Maho couldn't look away from his gaze. It was as if he was clinging to something or wandering in search of salvation. Bless you. She sneezed. You're going to catch cold.
風邪ひくぞ
And it was only then that she realized that she was holding Rintarou's hands while wearing next to nothing. Rintarou looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry! She quickly jumped back into the blankets. She curled up into a ball and poured her hair, screaming inside her mind. She'd let a boy see her naked not once, but twice. Well, to be fair, she had underwear on, so it wasn't all bad. Japanese men are hot. I mean, ooh. You said the same thing twice.
私
This time, I'm going to bed.
さんもう寝るわ。
邪魔して
Sorry for bothering you. You're not bothering me at all.
思ってないわよ。でも
But never bring that up again.
この場限りにして。いい？いい？
Okay?
あ
Yeah.
ありがとう
Thanks, Hyojo.
ヒヤジョさん
お礼なんて
I haven't done anything you should thank
言
me
われる
for.
筋合いはないわ。それじゃあ
Anyway, good night.
おやすみなさい。
おやすみ
Oyasumi. Good night. Gosh dang it! I accidentally said the Japanese form of good night. Oops. Oops, my Japanese is slipping. Or oops, my English is slipping. The room got quiet again. The adrenaline rush kept Maho awake. After a while, she heard snores coming from Dintado's direction. Evidently, he'd fallen asleep. He must have been tired. He went through the same attack that Maho had. Of course he was. His breathing wasn't peaceful at all. It was pained. He may have been in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Maho hesitated several times, but finally she turned over and stretched out her hand from the blankets. She softly touched the backside of his hand. She felt its warmth on her fingertips.
クリスは
What did Kurisu call you?
あ
I
なたのこ
wonder.
とをなんて呼んでいたのかしら。岡部さん、
Okabe?
それとも
Or Okabe? Or
リンタロ
was it
ウ
Nintago?
だったの
Maybe.
かな。
I see. She's asking how close they were. She didn't know, but it didn't matter.
しっかりしなさい。
Hang in there, Rintaro Okabe.
岡部倫太郎。この私が好き
Is
に
the
な
man
った
I
人
fell in
は
love with really that weak? She admits it!
男だったわけ。
Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh! Let's go! We take those! Anyway. That's it! A confession! Aha! A confession! Next time, think before you litter! Why adventure music? That's not adventure. That's Mario Kart music. And because it's funny, that's why. Thank you, Doug, for popularizing it. Should try to think about how Kurisu would say those words. And eventually, Dintado's breathing started to become more peaceful. Relieved, she let go. And then she changed her mind and grabbed the hem of his shirt again. She felt embarrassed, as if she was a little kid, but at the same time, she felt like now she might not have any more nightmares. You didn't laugh? Well, understandable. Have a nice day, I guess. That night, for the first time in a very long while, she dreamed of a smiling Kurisu. It's for victory. Well, technically, it's the Mario Kart TV review music, so it's not really victory per se, but it sounds victorious. Like, it's a lot more bombastic than it has any right to be, which is why it sounds like, which is why it's like always like so funny when, you know, when it's used as when like a poggers thing happens. Alright. Anyway, back to Nintendo's perspective. Maho and I stayed at Paris's house for several days after that. Now that Kurisu's computer was destroyed, the odds that anyone would come after us had gone way down, but there was still a chance. Just to be extra careful, I stayed away from the lab. Maho, Rintarou! Dr. Leskinen looked a little thinner since the last time I'd seen him. Professor! I'm so glad you're safe. You too, Maho. You too, Maho. Sounds like you had a rough time. Dr. Leskinen held Maho tightly in his huge arms. The difference in size between them was so great that Maho looked like some kind of stuffed animal. Professor, that hurts. You're hurting me. Dr. Leskinen and Maho were leaving the country in the afternoon on a weekday, so I was the only one who could see them off. Excuse me. Since I'd been with Maho the whole time, instead of only seeing them off, I'd actually just brought her there. Maho, after all, was the kind of person who was incapable of getting to an airport on her own. I was amazed she survived this long, given her lack of basic skills. Thank you, Vi! We'd held Maho's goodbye party last night at Paris's house. Paris was there, and so were Mayuri and Dadu, and the others from the Christmas party. All were sad to see her go. Rintarou, thanks for staying with Maho. You've really been a great help. Not at all. So, when can you come to my lab? Oh, thank you for the hydrate, and also thank you for offering the tissues, Onyx. I appreciate it. Okay, the mochi has been watered. He wasn't kidding about that, huh? I'll study hard so I can go as soon as possible. Can I contact you when I'm ready? Of course! I'll be waiting! He smiled as he took my hand and shook it. I was really glad to hear it. After meeting Amadeus, my desire to go to Victorchondria had only increased. Let me say thanks, Okabe. Really. If it weren't for you, I might not even be alive right now. You're exaggerating. No, I mean it. I'm really grateful. I'll be waiting for you too, so do your best. Yeah, you too. Good luck with your research. So, Rintarou, as we discussed previously, I'm going to be revoking your access rights for Amadeus today. That's fine, right? Yes. Evidently, they couldn't leave me with access to Amadeus even after they left the country. I was only supposed to test her during their stay here anyway. Want to say a final goodbye to Kurisu? Yeah, you're right. Can I say something to her quick? Of course. I tapped the icon for Amadeus. What? Do I get a goodbye too? Kurisu was expressionless for some reason. I guess so. Do you not need one? You said goodbye to Maho before me, right? He did. Maho interjected before I could speak. I hope so. Kurisu was inside my screen. Was it a good thing that I'd spoken to her like this? Or a bad thing? In the end, I knew I needed to forget about Kurisu Makise, but I couldn't. I couldn't escape from this curse. Once I lose access rights, we won't be able to see each other anymore, will we? Well, I am slightly grateful that you gave me someone to talk to. There's a chance you're coming to Dr. Leskinen's lab, right? I'll make sure to remember you until we meet again. You're such a tsundere.
だな。
Alright, tsundere. A character who is tsundsun, prickly and cold in public, but who becomes dere, warm and loving in private. Well, that's a type A tsundere. Type B is the reverse. Also the personality type itself. However, in recent years, the definition has become somewhat vague. Tsundere? What's that? Don't use words I don't understand. Maki mentioned. Yep, Maki mentioned. Then why is your face red? She's blushing.
照れてるわね。
Oh, you stink!
Why do I stink? I'm just pointing out a trope here. Kurisu is just very shy. Jeez, not you too, Professor. Stay healthy.
というのは
Probably isn't the right thing to say. You don't get sick.
君は別に病気にはならないわ。あまり
Don't tease Hayajo too
リア嬢
much.
さんのことをからかうなよ。
Right. You don't need to tell me. I already know. I hope so. I hope someday your smile doesn't look so sad. I hope someday you can smile for real. I guess even an AI could see right through me. Kurisu Makise really was one hell of a woman. Bye. Yeah. Kurisu disappeared from my screen. I turned to Dr. Leskinen and nodded, deleting the Amadeus icon from my screen. We'll handle the paperwork for the access revocation on our own later. Thanks for your help with the testing. We got some really valuable data. No, thank you.
ありがとうございました。
I bowed deeply to both Maho and Dr. Leskinen. As I watched their plane take off into the distance, I noticed that it felt like there was a hole in my heart. I clutched my phone tightly. Its connection to Amadeus was gone. Presage or recognize? Or it should be recognition or something. Oh! Now from Kagari's perspective.
かがりちゃん。
Okay, well, we quick save, so let's save this.
今日から私と
We have officially made it to another timeline.
子になるのよ。
Not answering the phone was what we needed to do. Kagari, from now on, you're officially my daughter. This was when Kagari was 6. She'd been living in a facility for war orphans and getting treatment at a dedicated clinic next door. It was a completely different place than the normal hospitals, which were overflowing with casualties from the war. It was an idyllic garden, shut off from the despair of the outside world so that children could live in peace. That was where she'd met her mom. Mom, Maedi Shina, was a Class 2 caregiver at the facility who was always very nice to her.
本当
Really? You're gonna be my real mommy?
本当のママになるの？
Yep, that's right.
そうよ。
Yay! Mommy! It was impossible to express with words how happy Kagari had felt. But being Mom's real daughter meant that Kagari had become her real name. Kagari became Kagari Shina. Hey, don't hug me so tight. You're so spoiled, Kagari.
かがりちゃんは甘えん坊さんね。じゃあ
Then I can leave, right?
だよね。
I can live with you, right?
と一緒に暮らす。ごめんね。
I'm sorry. It looks like you need a little more treatment.
もう少し治療が必要みたいなの。
That's right.
あ、
Oh, doctor.
先生。
Kagari didn't know the doctor's name, but he was a nice old man who was always kind to her. It's going to be another 6 months, and then it's over. You'll just have to hang in there until then.
あの、
6
半
months?
年もです
We
か？
talked about this before. You said 2 weeks.
この前のお話ではあと2週間ぐらいで大丈夫。
I was referring to her physical wounds. The post-traumatic stress suffered by children during the Great Bombing of Tokyo far exceeds that of adults.
And we learned at her exam yesterday that she's still having nightmares.
そうなんだ
Is that true, Kagari?
かがりちゃん
That's not true. I don't have nightmares anymore. It's all fun dreams. Fun, fun, fun.
ばっかりだよ楽しい楽しい
Kagari, it's not good to lie. It'll only make your treatment take long. You told me yesterday that you wake up with nightmares all the time still, didn't you?
Yeah. Oh my. I see.
It's proof that the memories of the bombing still exist in your mind as terrifying experiences.
Stop answering emojis, phone calls her. I don't call people. You think I have a social life that uses the phone, or that involves me using the phone?
If we don't treat them properly, it could lead to irreversible consequences.
そうです
You're
ね
right.
So you don't mind if we continue with her treatment, do you, Mom?
Oh, of course.
かがりちゃん
Kagari, let's do our best and beat the bad sickness, okay?
悪い病気をやっつけようね
Mom rubbed her head. Kagari felt so at peace that she could cry. I asked if I was coming to stream today. No, I didn't! I didn't talk to anyone about this! What are you talking about? Okay.
Yep, that's my girl.
じゃ
Okay.
あ後でね
See you later, Kagari.
かがりちゃん
I can't believe
Mommy.
you've done this.
I can't believe I've done this either. Hi, Yubi, how are you doing?
ですわ
Thank you, Pika, I agree! Well, okay, I told you about this. Oh, yeah, I talked to you about this, but, like, not over the phone. It was over a Discord VC. It's technically different. You're good? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're good. I'm doing well as well. Doing some more Steins Gate today. We found our first ending, actually, which is crazy. Just picking on you. Yeah, I know you're gonna pull a Madi on me and go like, and go like, it's joke.
じゃ
I know. I'm just playing along. Mom took her hand away, and instead the doctor took Kagari's hand. She was taken to the usual room. There was a white reclining chair, next to it, some kind of mechanical system connected to a headset.
聞こえる
I can hear the same voice as always. You need to protect your mother. Protect this world. That's why you were born. That's Dr. Leskinen's voice! You text people? Yeah, I'm a really bad texter myself. Yeah, that's Dr. Leskinen's voice! She couldn't remember when she started hearing the voice. But by the time she was 6, whenever she was worried, uncertain, or in trouble, she could hear it. Oh yes, a normal action. Yeah. It was always kind and strong, and it always cheered her up. In Kagari's childish mind, she started to think it might be the voice of God. Since only she could hear it, everyone else said it was just an illness. But Mom was the one person who believed her.
ママを守
I
る
need to protect Mommy, so I need to work hard at my treatment. Kagari's young heart was filled with the hope that she could someday live with Mom. Oh my! What a pigsty! This almost looks like the apartment building that Nintendo found Moeka at in the beta world line. As soon as she opened the door, Kagari Shina was struck by an unpleasant wave of heat. It was early June, and this was the first day to hit summer temperatures. It was hot enough that just walking outside could cause you to sweat. The small Japanese-style room had thick curtains and the windows were closed. The room was dark and cramped, and there were so many clothes on the floor there was no place to stand. It wasn't just clothes. There were all kinds of filthy things. Bags with half-eaten snack bread still in them, half-rotted food packs, plastic convenience store bags overflowing with trash, all scattered around the floor. Oinks at Pika. Everyone has their highlights. Oh my goodness. Oh! Okay, I guess this is Moeka's apartment. Maybe. And the area around the half-naked girl sitting against the wall was covered in bandages and gauze soaked with blood and pus. There were bandages tied around her exposed stomach, chest, and limbs, but these too were soaked with blood. The room was filled with a sickeningly sweet stench, but there was no way to know if it was coming from the garbage or coming from her. The owner of the room, Moeka Kiryu, raised her head and looked at her, eyes filled with hope. M4, you're still alive? So Kagari became a rounder, huh? Okay. I guess that confirms that she knows Moeka's code name. When she saw Kagari, who was still wearing her shoes as she came to the room, her shoulders slumped. You're not FB. Who are you? Okay, so Mr. Braun is still active as a rounder in this world line. Interesting. That's an awful thing to say to the person who saved your life. Moeka gave a painful cough and spat up some stomach fluid mixed with blood. It stained her thighs and the floor. Her wounds must have opened again, because the bandages around her stomach began to turn red. She spent 5 months like this, with no treatment from a doctor. Moeka had gotten into a gunfight with the Russian army, and failed her mission as a rounder. She'd lost 2 of her companions, and her target, Kurisu Makase's laptop, was also destroyed. They pinned the blame on her. She was wounded and almost killed. It was Kagari who saved her and brought her to this room. She saw a kaiju? I don't think those exist in the Science Adventure series, but I don't know, maybe there's gonna be like, maybe there's gonna be another one where they do happen. I don't know. I haven't played Chaos Head or watched Occultic 9 or anything. So, I don't know. Could be. But if someone with a gunshot wound went to the hospital, police would be notified. And for that reason, she'd never gotten any real treatment. Her wounds had become infected, and even 5 months later they still brought her incredible pain. Her terrible fever hadn't let up at all, and it wasn't rare for it to go from 39 degrees to over 40. Oh yeah, that's a really high fever. But Moeka didn't seem very interested in her wounds. She was more interested in sending messages with the phone in her hands. She must have been sending more messages to her beloved boss. In the past 5 months, she's sent almost 1,000. Why? FB, why won't you answer me? FB was Moeka's boss in the Rounders. A woman who always gave orders to Moeka via text message. Moeka worshipped her, to a degree that far exceeded what would occur within a normal employee relationship. The shock of being abandoned by FB had hurt her many times more than her actual wounds. Kagari tossed the bag she had slung over her shoulder at Moeka's feet, along with 2 plastic bags. The backpack was filled with medicine that wasn't available without a doctor's prescription. Along with it was a whole box of illegal drugs used only for the treatment of severe pain. Oh boy. Opioids! Normally, these would be kept under strict control at a hospital where no normal person could get them. Yep, those are opioids! Probably morphine. Or fentanyl. Both of the plastic bags were filled with canned goods and other things Kagari had chosen because they had the lowest probability of spoiling. If you don't feel like living anymore, tell me. I'll bring you poison instead. But Moeka didn't seem to notice Kagari at all anymore. She was completely unresponsive. Kagari had gotten used to her attitude over the last 5 months. But she wasn't just going to go home today. She wordlessly reached for Moeka's cell phone. What are you doing? Moeka tried to resist, but evidently she had no strength left. Kagari was easily able to grab the phone. It was covered in blood and pus, but Kagari forced it into her pocket without hesitation. Give it back! Moeka started crawling towards her. It was like something out of a zombie movie. Don't get the wrong idea. You've got new orders from FB. Moeka froze. Orders from FB? Yeah. Take it. Kagari took another cell phone out of her pocket. It was the same Japanese cell phone that Moeka had been using, minus the dirt and bloodstains. The phone you've been using is under surveillance by the Russians and Americans, so she can't use it. So from now on, your orders will come in via this. Moeka reached a trembling hand out toward the phone. FB? Facebook? You know, that is probably the first thing that people think of when they first hear that. In the original Steins Gate. But no, you find out that actually stands for Ferdinand Braun. Which is where Mr. Braun has his name, which means that it's actually... That was actually him who's FB. And in an instant, she snatched it away and clutched it to her chest like it was her own child. Will FB send me messages if I have this phone? You should have some already. Or you should have some already. Moeka quickly opened the screen on the phone. When she saw the words on the screen, tears started to flow down her face. M4, my beloved daughter. It must have been so hard for you. I know it was hard for me. Your failure was unfortunate, but I'm very glad you're alive. Get better and wait for my next message, okay? This time, complete your mission and successfully regain my trust. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. To my beloved daughter, from FB. He's turned on. Well, you know, I'm not sure if this is like a turned on sort of thing. Also, apparently she has a 3G signal. Actually, wasn't that as good of a signal that you could get back in 2011? I mean, probably. You didn't need to read it aloud. Of course, this message wasn't from FB. Kagari had written it herself. Keep someone at the brink of death for 5 months, then give them exactly what they want as bait, and you can easily put anyone under your control. Kagari knew this well. Life suddenly returned to Moeka's face. She spilled out the contents of Kagari's backpack like a woman possessed. I want to get better. You graduated high school in 2011? I graduated high school in 2009. That's me! So, like, 1 year after Brawl came out, which, oh my goodness. It's about old enough to vote, and I hate it. I need to regain FP's trust. 2018 gang! Woohoo! That's right, M4. Oh, so you graduated high school only 9 years after I did? That's not too long. I say it's like almost a decade. Oh no, I am getting old. When I'm starting to think that even 9 years isn't a long time anymore. Kagadi smiled, satisfied, and knelt down in front of her. I'll treat you. Take off these bandages. When Kagadi left the apartment, the sun had set. She spent several hours treating Mocha's wounds. Yeah, this should look familiar, right, Pika? Remember this place? We're 10 years apart, Mochi. Yeah, that's not so far back, right? Her hands still smelled of medicine. It wouldn't go away for days, possibly. She sighed and put on her full-face motorcycle helmet, then went to the parking lot and got on her bike. I wonder if I'll hear the voice of God soon, she whispered. Fun fact, you were 22 when you graduated. Oh, I see. Wait, that means you're a year older than I am. Wait, no wait, that tracks. I feel like you mentioned that before. Yeah, I remember. She took off on her motorcycle. Alright, back to Nintendo's perspective. It was almost July. You're turning 37 in June! My goodness! You're doing great, Onyx! You're doing great! You're still young and spry! The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. And then one Saturday afternoon, I stayed home. Not only would it be hot, Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suza living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is like some of the same stuff as before. If Amadeus had even temporary access to the network, then just maybe. Of the web... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, so, like, we saw this before. Cutoff date was July 27th of last year, the day Kurisu died. The last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine press conference. Huh. Hold on. Okay, without... Is this something that we actually did encounter already, or maybe not? All comments on at channel. I took a look at the dates on the results page. The hold is dated back to 2008. Barely look on high school facial features wise. Gosh dang, I wish I looked that good! Those must have been written by Kurisu when she was alive. I expect to see traces of her here. And wait, did you really need to post this much? I didn't realize you spent this much time on that channel. Her comments were spread out on a lot of different boards. Physics, mathematics, science fiction, well, of course, the occult boards. For example, in the science fiction threads, she'd had passionate discussions about time machines. But unlike in the Alpha World line, she never came out and denied the possibility of a time machine. Surprisingly, some of her comments seem to be quite the opposite. No, I guess not surprising at all. After all, she'd gone through all the work required to write a paper on time machines. Prior to that, her comments on the occult boards were brutal. She would absolutely crush the arguments of anyone who dared to propose anything even the least bit unscientific. Supernatural phenomena like crop circles, poltergeists, and spontaneous human combustion. Out-of-place artifacts, the Mayan doomsday calendar, conspiracy theories about how much human DNA had been brought from another planet. She broke them down and refuted them with a cold thoroughness that even drove away her own side. And if anybody dared challenge her, she'd have been flat on the canvas. It was just like Kurisu. Her comments offered so little room for discussion, it was aggravating to read them. Did she actually enjoy all this occult stuff? She put enough energy into this that I couldn't help but wonder. This is just too much. The first time I met her at last year's ATF, I'd gone through the same experience, but after a certain point, the Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha comments suddenly stopped. Oh, yo, Twitter's here, yeah! Well, technically 4chan, I guess, so even worse. The cutoff date was July 27th of last year, the day Kurisu died. The last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine press conference. My chest tightened with sensations of nostalgia and sorrow. I decided to close the browser, but then I stopped as soon as I saw her next comment. I brought the phone closer to my face and stared at it again and again. The date of the comment was December 1st, 2010. This can't be. Kurisu died in July 2010. So this couldn't possibly be here. So who was it? Was it someone else who'd taken over the identity of Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha? Or was it... Since there was no trip code, I couldn't tell for certain. Probably like trip code being like a discriminator, probably. An encoded string of characters that appear next to a name on the @channel message board. By entering your name as name, hashtag some word, you can cause some word to appear in an encrypted form. Yeah, so that's basically a discriminator. December 1st was just after Maho and Dr. Leskinen had come to Japan, and also about the time I had encountered Kurisu. After that, Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha commented at about a rate of about once per week. I looked for the most recent comment. Wait, that's last night! It was a discussion about relativity theory. She really did get calm when she went on that channel. But then I realized that she said the same thing to me face to face. If this wasn't some imposter, this really was Kurisu. What a miraculous and yet stupid story. Did Maho and Dr. Leskinen know about this, I wonder? The only one who knows Moji voiding a question. What question? Wait, are you saying that you're old? No! I'm saying that you're young. I'm saying the exact opposite. Because I'm 35 currently, and I'm gonna be 36 this year, and I'm saying that you're young so that I can also feel young. And I'm totally right, by the way. You are young. I'm totally right, so that means I'm young too by transitivity. So yeah. Probably not. Kurisu wasn't gonna tell them. I couldn't help but laugh. Should I try to make contact with her? You're 2 years older? More like a year and a half. Right? Because I'm turning 30. Actually, no, only 1 year. Because I'm turning 36 in May. So, yeah. I wanted to see if this Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha really was Kurisu. And then I came up with a good handle. Oh! Salieri's neighbor. Of course, this was a knockoff of Maho's idea. If Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha really was Kurisu, she'd have to notice it, right? Okay. I thought I smelled moron. It's true that the original purpose of that experiment was only to prove the existence of ether, but you can't deny that it helped Einstein. As a result, you could say that it formed the basis of his theories. Someone needs to go back to school, and it ain't me. There, it's posted. How about that? I wrote something deliberately provocative, and importantly, I mixed in some mistakes. Not to brag, but I thought I knew a lot more about Kurisu than Maho did. If it is Kurisu, this'll fish her right in. Fishing, the act of catching fish, also refers to deliberately provoking someone in an anonymous internet message board, or typing in deliberately false information and enjoying the angry response. I mean, that's just trolling. Another word for that is just trolling. Oh, Karin! At some point, my idiot walked up in front of me. Oh, you're here already. I've been so busy writing my comment that I hadn't noticed. I hurriedly put the phone away and stood up. Okay, ready to go? What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. Mairi and I left the cafe. Mairi and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shudder to think what it was going to be like in July or August. So, what are you going to buy? We're going to make some signs for advertising, so I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. Are you going to put out a book at this year's Kamimo? Nope. It's for Okabe Greengrocer. What'd you say? My family business. When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. And I said that Maishi would make them for him. Wait, seriously? My dad could be such a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that. But Maishi wants to do it. You're sure? Your mom and dad are always so nice to me. Okay, I'll get you something as a thank you present then. Really? That makes me so happy! I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mairi. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. But, well, maybe because of all the time she spent at Make Queen Neon Squared, her taste ran in the direction of cute and anime. Hey! Don't you think this heart shape is cute? How are you going to use a heart shape to sell fruits and vegetables? Hmm? Well, how about this? Mr. Matsutake is thick and sturdy. Why not take him home tonight, ma'am? Or maybe... try my juicy ripe melons! Phrasing. Phrasing? Taro didn't brainwash you while I wasn't looking, did he? Brainwashing, the use of violent methods to forcibly change someone's thoughts or ideology. Violence in this case can refer to physical methods, imprisonment, threats, physical pain, drug ingestion, etc., or psychological ones, implanting a feeling of guilt, using verbal abuse. It offers a more powerful method of changing a person's mentality than mind control. Huh? No, never mind. Mairi looked confused. Confused and completely oblivious. Anyway, no heart shapes. It'll look like we're up to something we shouldn't be. Really? I think it's cute. It doesn't have to be cute. That's what I'm trying to say here. My original intention not to interfere had gone by the wayside. Me vegan, waha, animal cruelty free. Based. And anyway, if you buy any more than this, you're going to have extras. My shopping cart was filled with card stock of various colors and shapes. This will last us for a long time. You're right. Okay, let's go then. We went to the cash register to check out. Mochi, not animal. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you gonna be cruel to Mochi? But since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mairi to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Dinette Kakadu. Mairi looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. It's the Fairy Upa again! It was Upa, the mascot character from the Dinette Kakadu series. I told her when she went over the toy section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this is what she chose. You seem pretty happy about that, given how many Upas you already have. And that's a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one. The rare one... Do you mean the metal Upa? The most popular and rarest of the Upas with the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Dinette Kakadu stuff in the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. My idea told me that once they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auction. Wonder what fillings I have? Rice? Maybe. For some reason, Mairi was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Upa. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released. I don't think of it. There had been a Dinette Kakadu movie out in spring. And Mairi sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it? The green fairy? Chicken it, Rice? Don't get any ideas! Is it okay if I spoil the movie? Go ahead, I'm not going to see it. So, this movie, it's about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world. The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. Mr. Super Hacker is really strong, and Kakadu and Upa are in big trouble, but... just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them! And it turns out that the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of. They came all the way to the virtual world to save Kakadu, and then there was this big shiny light, and then they combined with Upa. And that's Green Fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. Mayashi thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius. I see. It was rare for Maya to get this excited about something. As fork, butter knife, and teriyaki sauce. You put teriyaki sauce on mochi? I don't know if that's generally what you would eat mochi with. I don't know a lot about Upas, so I couldn't say exactly what was different. I've actually been spending a lot of time looking for this keychain. It's really popular, so it's sold out everywhere. I never would have thought Hans would have one. You were pretty lucky, huh? Yep, and it was the last one. I'm glad I came today. I needed to thank you and your dad. Mairi took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it. Hey, Okadine? Mayashi will treasure this forever and ever and ever. Yeah, please do. Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It happened before, after all. Like the metal Upa I'd won for her at the radio building. Mairi had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. I'd wondered if she'd ever found it. I didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal Upa was vague. Rice and stir-fried veggies? Now those are good! Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again. The two of us started to head back. I'm gonna work hard to make sure the ads for your shop, okay? Oh yeah, you still gotta do that. I've been thinking the job was done once we brought the materials. The real work actually began now. Should I help too? No, I'm fine. Believe in Mayushi! I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine! Well, it's nice of you to make them at all, so I won't complain. Oh, I need to call Mom. I'll tell her that I'll be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? I'm sure either Mom or Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. I don't know. Are you going to stay at home? Stay at home the rest of the day? You won't go to any singles parties? I haven't been to any lately. Last fall, when I'd been trying to become a normal college kid, I forced myself to go to as many as possible. But lately, I'd been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance. I see. Maybe I will. Mairi took out her phone and started to type something when her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving. What's wrong? I just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. Fries, stir-fried veggies, and teriyaki and spring rolls. You think of mochi like that? Well, mochi is supposed to be like kind of like a dessert. But then again, I don't know. You do you, I guess. Maybe teriyaki mochi is a thing, and I just didn't even realize it. What should I do, Okarin? Mairi seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Something happened? Hey, Okarin? You told me before that Fubuki's not sick, right? Fubuki? You mean Nakase? Not Kurishima, right? Yeah, is that true? She's really not sick? Yeah, I don't think so. But... Mairi showed me her phone. Fubuki's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location. Back in the hospital? I couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Savory mochi. I don't know how I feel about you wanting to eat me so much! Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center in Yoyogi. Okay, actually, I gotta look. Nine, 8, 0, skip. Doesn't work. Oh, the game takes everything as a news feed. Okay. I see. Okay. So they do kind of... So the skip button's not actually going to work because the chapters are different. Okay, whatever. Oh, wait. Backlog. It's supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment. But I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find there. But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel. Mairi! Okarin! This way. Kaede and Yuki waved to us as we entered the lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over. She's fine. Yuki gave Mairi a soft hug and a smile. Kaede bowed her head apologetically. Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a... Oh gosh dang it, I hit the wrong button again. Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a hurry myself. I should check more carefully before I messaged you. What do you mean? How's Nakase doing? Just met her mom in the hospital room, and it doesn't look like her illness has gotten any worse.
母さんに会えたんですけど
Then they just brought her here for more examinations or something?
はい
Yes, that's what they said. So there's nothing to worry about.
だから全然心配ないって
Oh, I'm so glad.
よかった
Maeda looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her.
It's joke!
It's joke! You're telling me stir-fried that rice? Thank you, Pika. It's joke! I love that! Oh, that was one of the best. That was one of the me adding that was one of the best decisions you ever had, Pika. I remembered right. The last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the number of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet. Pretty sure that's no illness, though. I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients under wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. What's mochi on plate? Well, this is all I can say in response. Colon D. No, I mean D colon.
ふぶきちゃんに会えるかな
Can we see Fubuki?
それが
They say they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room.
検査をしている最中なんですってそうなんだ
See.
でも
But it'll be done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here.
ここで待っていてってふぶきちゃんのお母さんが
Kaede motioned to Maeda, indicating she should sit down at a nearby sofa.
検査が終わった
Once the exam is done, she's going to come get us. I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby.
すごい病
This is an amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah. Is Nakase's family really rich or something? She's staying in a place like this.
いえ
No, that's not it.
じゃなくってですね
Fubuki's mom says that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project.
アメリカの政府がお金を出してこの病
It's going to be centered around this lab and a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly.
研究所が中心になって
I see. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please, give all the patients private rooms, and try to keep the rooms as far from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. But there aren't that many open rooms. You need to do it anyway. If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share the dreams, right? Sure, that's true, but... Once a person hears about someone else's dream, their brain can trick them to think they had that dream as well. At least you didn't put me in salad? Well, okay, I'm thankful for that at least. Thank you for showing me mercy and not putting me in salad. Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. Oh! I'd seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor! Professor Leskinen! I hurried over. Dr. Leskinen! It's me! Okabe! He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Oh, Lintalo! His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nervous staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Wait, Professor! Stop! Stop! My cries went unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler, and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There was nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry. I was so surprised I got a little too excited. Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him in apology. Dr. Leskinen, who is this young man? The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously. Oh, well... I wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. It wasn't like he was really my professor. You seem to be a student. Which school are you in? You're studying brain science like the professor. No, He'll be a student at Victorchondria this September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab. Huh? I see. Victorchondria University, eh? That's a surprise. Surrounded by tomatoes and croutons and tread with vegan cheese and vegan dressing with deuces. Definitely does not sound like something that Mochi goes with, but I don't know. Who am I to judge? I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. He really was such a kid. It's very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed. Thanks. Savory Mochi would, but... Okay, you know what? Maybe. Yeah, okay. I guess maybe if it's teriyaki Mochi, maybe that would work. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me. So... who was that guy? The director of this hospital. The director? You just told a lie to someone that important? Oh? Did I lie? I said you'd be a student starting in September, but I didn't mean this September. Or what? Do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate, but... he really was like a little kid. Completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him. I'm surprised, though. I had no idea you were in Japan. It had been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. I looked around for Maho, but I didn't see her anywhere. Are you not feeling well, Rintarou? Did you come here for treatment? Oh, no, I'm here to visit a friend. Oh, I see. That's good. Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry. Oh, no. So, what are you doing at a Japanese hospital? Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine and whispered so the people around us couldn't hear him. You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right? The American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock. The university ordered me to help with the investigation. I see. So you're helping with the new encephalitis cases. Now there was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend here was here because they thought she might have the disease. Is your friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps? Oh, yeah. You met her at the Christmas party, didn't you? That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see. Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right? He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to that other world line.
Boo! You stink!
No, I don't! You stink, Gorbel! Ugh! Apparently I'm savory and delicious, not stinky. So, I say apparently because that's what Onyx is saying, but you know.
When I left school, I passed every one of my exams with the exception of Greek mythology. It always was my Achilles elbow.
What the? Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. I love that. That's a good one. Oh, wow. That's so good. Thank you, Big Mochi Bot. Thank you. Achilles elbow. Anyway. I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital when she was just fine. I see. Would you tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative? Eito is love, Eito is life. Well, apparently... Well, yeah, as to hear you say it, yes, I guess. That is what you say a lot, Orville. I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients. We and the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. Dr. Lessinen's usually chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that formed on his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said. Okay, Hideko does not suck, and Eito is not better. Eito, more like Muse. Yeah, let's go, Pika. Yeah. Yeah, let's go, Pika. More Love Live propaganda. To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. What's wrong, Lintalo? Oh, well... Is there something wrong? No. I'm not a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. I was just about to tell him about my reading Steiner, but in the end, I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew close to mine again. By the way, Katsumi was saying something very interesting. She said something about not being sick, but how she was actually experiencing another world in her dreams. I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This is bad. They might start to doubt her sanity. Well, Nagase's got a very vivid imagination, maybe? She loves sci-fi and anime. Probably just said she has the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it on some show somewhere. I remember that I used to say stuff like that. I try my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned. But still, I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. But what do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have an answer right now. To be honest, unscientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel worlds or memories of a past life, you know. I see. It would help if you talked to Katsumi too. There are some things you can't say to a doctor, but that you'll tell your friends. Sure, I'll ask her, I guess. So, Lintalo, that aside, I have a question for you. Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder. I got a sense of this at the Christmas party, but your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they? Huh? I turned around and saw that Maeri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen was looking at them, they waved. So are any of those girls involved with you right now? Yuki, Kaede, Maeri, Luka? Or maybe Katsumi? What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face. No, I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. But, well, I'd hope to have something to tell my favorite student. Dr. Leskinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant. Alright, Rintarou. I've got to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I'd love to go around all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for next time. Tell them I said hello. Sure. Maho-G and the others came over to me as I watched him go. Was that Dr. Leskinen? Yeah, I knew I'd seen him somewhere before. I thought he'd gone back to America. Okari? There's no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Leskinen and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Oh hey, look at that! There's a poster for Chaos Child in the back. Chaos Child is another game in the Science Adventure series. So it takes place in the same universe as Steins Gate. Just like Dr. Leskinen said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Maho-G and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? It might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. We said goodbye to Kaede and Yuki at one of the stations on the way back. Before we got to Ikebukuro, I remembered to take out my phone and open the web browser. I went to @channel, eager to see how she'd responded to the bait I'd spread this afternoon. I put my hand over her mouth to stifle the noise. Maho-G had been standing next to me, and she was leaning over at my screen. I fished her up all right. I didn't think it would go this well. The timestamp was from just 30 minutes ago. I decided to respond immediately, using the same name, Salieri's neighbor. You're the ignorant one. In a letter written before his death, Einstein said that he was aware of Michelson and Morley's experiment. I posted and then reloaded the thread. There was already a response from her. I know that. Duh. All he said was that he knew of the experiment, obviously. Einstein used the Fizeau experiment and stellar aberration to come up with the theory of relativity. Time lag between the posts was just 21 seconds. It was kind of irritating to have her come after me so hard. It was as if she was insulting me as a person. Well, I was the other one who deliberately written it in mistake, so I should have expected it. You just can't let anyone else win, can you? I see you haven't changed a bit. Wada. Are you Mozart? The thread's other residents were probably confused. Everyone except for her. Residents, regular users of a service, primarily refers to the frequent commenters on anonymous internet message boards. Maho-G had been watching our exchange and looked at me confused. Do you know this Kurigohan and Kamehameha person? Yeah. There's someone I've known for a long time, I think. Now then, how would she reply to the nickname Salieri's neighbor in post I just wrote? I was curious. There wasn't an immediate response like before. The train reached Ikebukuro station. Okari, we're here! The train slid into the station and stopped. I reloaded the thread one more time before the doors opened. And there was a very short response from Kurigohan and Kamehameha. What is going on here? Imakita Industries. What? There can be no doubt now. Who are you? This Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu. Alright, back to Suzuha's perspective. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside screaming. Oh, come on! How does this stupid thing work? She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console. What are you doing? Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha. I'm not... This isn't what it looks like. Answer me. But... I woke up and you were gone and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on. It's so cramped and scary in here. So I tried to open the door. And then when I was fiddling with it, this happened. Kagari started to cry. I'm sorry, Big Sis Suzuha. I'm sorry, but I was really scared. I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Mayadi had once told her that she got very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. You passed out from the shock of time travel, so I wanted to let you get some rest. I'm sorry. Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine. Wow, it's so hot. Kagari, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay? Okay. I'm going to get started. You go and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Oh wait, is this when she pulls out the IBN 5100? Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she'd brought, then went inside and poked her head in the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBN 5100 and she'd stored there to a portable terminal she'd brought from the future. Okay, so this is the scene where Kagari destroys the IBN 5100. Okay. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Dado had made it himself. When she booted up the IBN 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen. What are you doing? Kagari was looking in from outside the machine. Did you study the year 2000? Did you study the Y2K problem? I studied a little at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right? That's what everybody thinks. It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places, a lot of countries, had serious problems because of it. Really? The issue was this computer, the IBN 5100. It's got an old programming language on it. The engineers weren't able to fix the program. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race that developed the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something had happened during the Y2K problem, and during Y2K, and the divisions that resulted from that were a deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain. And the year 2000 is a special year, you see. All of the world lines temporarily converge here. This means that it's possible that Y2K has a huge effect on all the world lines. The world line in the gap that we're trying to reach, Steins Gate, is no exception. She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBN 5100. So this is a patch program to keep Y2K from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used by the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus. And Y2K that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen. Okay, it's connected. She'd been told that in Japan in this era, ADSL was still in the test phase. Most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. Integrated Services Digital Network. A completely digital network that used digital exchanges, relays, and subscriber lines. It was far faster than the analog lines that were originally used by dial-up internet services, but use massively decreased after the introduction of the faster ADSL. An asymmetric digital subscriber line. A type of internet... Oh, so just DSL. A type of internet connection. ADSL uses telephone lines for high-speed data transmission. In the early 2000s, these quickly replaced ISDN as the de facto method of connecting to the internet. But in the later part of the decade, FTTH services using fiber optics became more popular, and the number of ADSL users has declined ever since. Oop. Oh my gosh. Imakita Industries. Net slang is used to mean, I just joined this thread and I'm not sure what's going on. Can someone explain it to me in 3 lines or less? A play on the Japanese words Imakita Sangyo, which can mean either I just got here, give me 3 lines, or Imakita Industries. Ah, I see. It's a pun! But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies are starting to use fiber optics broadband. Some of them are even using wireless LANs. Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when she said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right. What? If you change the future, won't that change the world we're in? Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer. So I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Uh-oh! She's affected by the Gi parasite! Suddenly, her face was expressionless, and her eyes were wide. It's Kagari-G! Voice. I can hear God's voice. Kagari? You can't do that. It's not right. You can't do that, big sis Suzuha. You can't! Huh? Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her. But she slipped past Suzuha's hand. And quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her in the solar plexus. She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connecting it to the IBM 5100 ripped out, errors displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try and pick it up. Stop it! She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow. Don't move! Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. You insane? Put the gun down now! Stop doing this! You're the one who needs to stop! What? You can't change the world! You're not making sense! There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that! I just want to go back to my old world! Then, that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world lines changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Shut up! Shut up! I'm going to save Mommy! You can't erase this world! I won't let you! Kagari turned the gun towards the IBN 5100. Stop! Before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked down on the trigger. Again and again. Stop it, Kagari! Please, stop! And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine. And Suzuha never saw her again. Every night that passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Kagari Shina, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. Ooh, Maho-tan! Hey, hey! Ichiru was sitting at the computer next to Suzuha and talking to his monitor. The monitor was displaying a video chat screen. On the screen was a very young girl dressed in slovenly fashion. No, a proper, fully grown lady. Oh my goodness, she looks terrible! That's Suzuha's response. Look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Yeah, they're using Skype. Not with a Y though. Morning. It was 8:30 p.m. at the Future Gadget Lab in Akihabara. Meanwhile, Victor Condry was an hour off from usual due to daylight savings time, and it was 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, DST. Because the US sucks. Hyajo, you okay? It's early. She probably just got up. Maho was a mess. Her hair was never combed right, but her eyes were bloodshot and her gaze was wandering. The spots under her eyes were too dark for the little bit of makeup she'd applied to cover them up. Her cheeks were sunken, which made her look even tinier than usual. On top of all that, her skin was terribly pale. She looked like something out of a zombie movie. Anemic Maho-tan! Anemic Maho-tan for the win! Normally, she would have gotten upset at Itaru's joke. But either she'd gotten used to it or simply given up, because she said nothing. How are things going there? I managed to rebuild it to how it was before Okadin took it apart. I think it does most of what it did before. Oh! Did he reconstruct the phone wave named subject to change? Ichiru glanced towards the development room, past the curtain in the back of the lab. Right now, he was working with Maho to recreate what Okabe had called the time leap machine. It's not going well? Yeah, it's just not stable. It ends up being a normal microwave. I see. I wonder what's wrong with it. If you could ask Okadin, I'm sure things would be different. Can't do that. He'd get really mad if we even knew we were working on this. Uncle's afraid. He's afraid of the power of world line convergence. It won't be easy to convince him. In fact, it had almost been a year since she'd first tried and failed. There was a moment of silence. Wait, Maho-tan! Are you asleep? I love Maho. She's so funny! Maho's whole body jerked and she almost fell out of her chair. That was close! I almost went back to bed before I left for work. You're working too hard. You get sick, it'll only slow us down, you know? I'm fine. Actually, after all this work, I'm still not as good as the real genius. I don't think so. You know, I think you're a genius. I don't need you to make me feel better. I've got all these hints about the time leap machine that Okabe told me about, and I still can't find the answer. How did she manage to compress all that memory data and send it to the past? It was a Kara black hole. That's what happened. Kurisu managed to do it, but Maho seemed upset. It was obvious even through the monitor. I'm sorry. This isn't the time to complain, is it? Is there anything else to report for today? If not, I'm going to head to work. There's one more thing. Suzuha looked at Itaru. About what you'd asked me to look into. Did you find something? Nothing clear yet. I see. I've done some breaking and entering into a bunch of networks and taken things about as far as it's safe to do so. I'm not blaming you. Tell me what you know. No, if you want to start streaming insults, I wouldn't mind that at all. Dad! Hurry! I'm running out of time. Sure. Itaru opened a different window on the monitor. He displayed one of the text files in it. It was a record of the information Itaru and Suzuha had collected. First, the incident where you were attacked in the hotel basement. The cops say it was some kind of crazy cultist on a drug trip. It was definitely a cultist. But that's definitely a lie. Oh? I don't know, he seemed pretty cult-like to me! A lie? Just like the police announcement said, he was an assistant professor at a college. And that's fine, but I can't find anything linking him to a cult at all. I tried accessing public safety's secret data file in the cult too, so I'm certain of it. So, they're lying. If you look at @channel, you'll sometimes see people who look like they're from the cult, claiming that they're innocent and that the whole thing's a conspiracy. Whenever that happens, the haters show up instantly, and they beat the daylights out of the guy. Alright, hater. People on the internet with a negative opinion about a certain person or thing. They go wherever fans of that person or thing gather and deliberately write things to provoke them. They often get into heated debates with fans. And beat the daylights, a one-sided battle in which the target gets the daylights beaten out of them. This is just a circular definition, game! And the haters always have this really well-made fake evidence. Digitally altered images and stuff. There's no way that's a coincidence. Really? I don't know a lot about this @channel thing. Most of the big sites have agents on them, including @channel. And they get paid like it's a business. So they do it 24 hours a day, from morning till night. Oh, so basically a bot farm. Information control. Propaganda. Propaganda, an advertisement for a specific ideology. Primarily used for political and religious purposes. Propaganda has been around since the time of the Roman Empire, beginning in the 20th century, particularly after the end of the Second World War. Beginning of the 20th century, particularly after the end of the Second World War, its methods have become more insidious. One example of this new propaganda would be attempts to manipulate public opinion by the mass media. Propaganda advertisements are not always true, and the most obvious of them include lies or slander towards their target if it's to their wielder's advantage. Well, in that case, it would be libel, right? Politicians and bureaucrats use them to influence public opinion on the net. There are even companies that specialize in this sort of thing. I see. I can understand that. America has the same thing. These agents can change their IP, but they can't hide from me. Oh yeah, of course they can. Virtual machines exist. VPNs exist, virtual private networks, rather. Officially, Internet Protocol. However, the term IP is often mistakenly used to describe an IP address. An IP address is essentially an ID number given to a computer to allow it to exchange information via the internet or a LAN. The Internet Protocol is the methods and standards used to exchange that information. And as such, there are actually two different... there are actually sort of like two different, standards that we use today, kind of. IPv4 and IPv6. IPv6 is... I swear is still not really being used all that much yet, but it will at some point. The IP addresses that you see often on the internet are for IPv4, so. So I did some research, and there's an insane amount of agents assigned to that case. It's to the point where I have no idea where the money to pay them is coming from. I see. What about the attack on your workplace, Dad? Same deal. The police had called it a fight between foreign mafias trying to expand their territory in Japan. The media never questioned the story at all, and even people on the boards of the famously skeptical channel believed everything they were told. Of course, there was no mention whatsoever of Russia or CERN. So I decided to post a thread where I pretended to be a witness and said I saw some Russian special forces. Oh yes, the political and religious-based propaganda of Love Live and specifically Muse, our Lord and Saviors. Praise be, praise be. And wow, was I amazed. Talk about some serious try-hard trolling. I got pissed enough that I almost doxed the agent's real name, his company name, and everything else. Evidently, he'd been really irritated. It was rare for Ito to get so angry, or maybe it wasn't, she decided. In other words, pressure came down from somewhere to shut down discussion. That's Japan for you. Real free country. America's no different, is it? You got that right. The two of them smiled at the joke. Anyway, so that's all I can do. I see. That's enough. Thank you. Hyojo, do you think you can get permission from the lab to come to Japan? Well, I keep sending requests to go as Dr. Leskinen's assistant, but they keep turning them down. Dr. Leskinen's here now, right? Yeah, he's researching the new encephalitis. Since it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence, it seemed Maho wouldn't be allowed to go along. But that's fine. If they keep turning me down, I've got ideas of my own. What are you going to do? Don't tell me you're going to defy your superior officer's orders to drop the case! And then you'll get caught by the bad guys! I've seen that hentai before! Hey, Maho, say, kill me! In as frustrated a voice as possible. Huh? Dad? Suzuha's hand went for her back pocket. Sorry. Ituru's shoulders slumped as he apologized. Lately, she'd been able to pull a stop to Ituru's terrible jokes just by doing that. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing. She knew exactly how to handle him. Well, anyway, I should be there before too long. Okay. Tell us when you've got a date. Oh, and Kyojo, if you're going to work, you should take another look in the mirror first. Just before they ended the call, Suzuha decided to warn her. Maho stood up and walked towards the closet without turning off the camera. She vanished from view, but a moment later... She must have seen how terrible she looked because she let out a very unfeminine scream. I love Maho. They relaxed for a moment after turning off the video chat. Suzuha thought back to the time before she became a time traveler. She did this every time she got off the video chat with Maho. Maho Kyojo. Someone who helped build the time machine, huh? It was after Maho had gone back to America that she'd volunteered to help Suzuha and Itaru with the time machine. That meant that when Itaru Hashida completed the time machine 25 years from now, Maho Kyojo must have contributed in some way. But... I know I shouldn't say too much about the future. But there was nobody by that name helping you, you know? Huh? Really? Which means she probably left the team at some point. I don't know whether it was of her own free will or due to some external factor. But if nothing else, I don't think she was part of the core team. I see. She's pretty handy to have around, though. I don't really want to say this, but there's a possibility she might be a spy. What? No way, not Maho-tan of all people! Sorry. I just want you to remember that it's a possibility. I told you, the war of information that comes before the Third World War has already started. Either way, we can't let anybody find out the machine's secrets. Just make sure you're very careful about that. Yeah. So, how are you going to work on the time machine going forward? We really need Okarin's help. Unwillingly, but she's correct all the same. True! But as far as we know, it's possible she did not actually get infected by the Gi parasite in this timeline. So, you know. We should be... maybe we'll be fine. That's the thing. I don't know if we can persuade Uncle Okarin. I might have to do it by force. Who was it that tried that before and then it failed? Suzuha pursed her lips. Even with a gun in his face, Rintarou Okabe still wouldn't get in the time machine. To be honest, Suzuha was out of options. She stifled a sigh. It didn't do any good to let herself get down. Trying to think of it. How are things with Mom? Huh? I'm more worried about that. Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? Oh, well, is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzuha stormed over to Itaru. You can't screw this up, Dad. Yeah, Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okarin and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they try to give you new tickets, you turn them down. Who told you that? Big Sis Mayu and Big Sis Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So, did you go and do something yourself? This is gonna work. Maybe this is a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad. I'm not going to be around to lecture you like this forever, okay? I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. I promised I'd stop worrying about it. For the past 6 months, Suzuha had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who pushed her to go ahead. I'm sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie. Yeah? That's way too sudden! I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway. Okay? This is an order. An order? What's your answer? Sir! Yes, sir! Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh, but before that, I'm going to hit the convenience store. I actually haven't eaten yet, so I'm probably going to be up all night again, so I want to get there before it gets too late. Still hunched over, he pointed towards the development room. He was pointing at the phone wave named Stuck to Change Unit 02 that was put together, but still undergoing testing. Don't glare at me like that! I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me! Vanilla. Huh? I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll go buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. Doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. Sir! Yes, sir! That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. He's such a handful. She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower, but... Suzuha! Itaru had come back into the lab. What is it? I found this on the stairs. Itaru showed her a keychain she was holding. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was... an Upa. Do you know whose this is? Big Sis Mayu's. Big Sis Mayu's, probably? She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before? She couldn't really remember when. But her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust and there were no stains. Instead, it shone brightly, as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped. Where was it? I've seen this before. Did Mayushi show it to you? I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands, and then in her mind she heard a young girl scream. This is Mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. This can't can't be. Kagari's? That was when she'd last seen it. August 13th, 2036. The day she'd gone into the time machine. Actually, hold on. I'm curious. Ah, okay. August 13th, 2036 is on a Wednesday, not a Friday. I thought that maybe it could have been on a Friday. And I thought, oh wow, that would have been so cool. That would have been like such a cool parallel to Maedie's death day in the beta world line. That's when she'd seen this Upa. It was older and more worn now. The more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Maedie had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Kagari? You mean future Miss Mayu's daughter? Yeah. Did you find her? No. But she knows where I am. What do you mean? She's watching this lab. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kagari, but she'd never thought she'd be watching the lab. No, it would have been obvious if I'd given it any thought. She's trying to stop us from reaching Steins Gate. She doesn't want this world to end. Which means she's watching not just me, but you too? Huh? Me? Well, I don't think your life is in danger. Probably. If you believe what we know about how the world lines work, you live until at least 2036. But she might come to interfere with your research, so we can't reach Steins Gate. A lot of bad things have been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Rintarou Okabe. There was some possibility that the final target was Itaru. From now on, just to be safe, lock the door whenever I'm not around. Okay, got it. Even if Uncle Okarin, Mom, or Big Sis Mayu are here, don't leave it open. It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too. You know, Okarin and Mayushi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with Amanashi, don't you think that'd give her the wrong idea? That's true. If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble. Suzuha had groaned softly, unsure of what to do. If you'd only gotten to your boyfriend sooner, there wouldn't be a problem. Wait, we're back to that? Just be careful, okay? Suzuha decided to keep the green Upa keychain. She softly ran her fingertips over it as she stared at it. Hey, Suzuha. Kagari-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Did somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to the kind of person who'd assault someone? I just can't imagine it from what you've told me. I'd expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. I wish that was what had happened. Yeah. I thought that was how she turned out too. But now she's probably... From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cool techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she'd set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. This building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there already very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. It was small, and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Guru Shibata, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were those huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within this small space. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain, where the lab room was. She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. Yeah, fight scene! She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing, and she didn't feel any other presence. Did Dad come back? And then when he'd left, he'd turn off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Itaru's computer desk, the sofa area, and the bookshelves, even the mini-kitchen, someone had gone through them all. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over all the areas where she kept her guns. Closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She'd wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles, coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room. It was a tiny, tiny creaking of the floor, to which she'd usually pay no mind. But that was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance to the sofa in a single moment, and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadow of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. The room became silent again. But this time, the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head. Come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. You must be pretty hot wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It was clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed toward the entrance to the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head. Because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression. You should know better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Right, Kagari? The second she spoke, Kagari's Shina was the first to move. She drew a deglassed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs and pulled the trigger, carefully aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of the suppressed 32 caliber and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. She'd only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was heading for the shower room. It seemed her first goal was to get what she'd come for. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized. Even a 32 caliber should have had more recoil than this. She fired again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment. A blank? How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way! Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she grabbed the shirt. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. This was no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped toward her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leaped back and searched for something she could use as a weapon, but the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. Which left? There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them. Looks like you've had a lot of practice. It's hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. Suzuha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a way to overcome her disadvantage. Here, Kagari. This is what you're after, right? She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets. What's wrong? Come get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion beyond the helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc like she was tossing it to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her emptied left hand and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kagete's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kagete's head to the side. Kagete's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped over her own left arm around Kagete's neck and squeezed hard. She could hear something like a moan from Kagete's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. Stay put! I'm not going to kill you! But Kagete picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand, and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. Stop it, Kagete! I understand how you feel now, but it's wrong! It's wrong! But Kagete didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. What kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kagete. But if she stopped, Kagete would kill her. What should she do? Suzuha! It hurts! It hurts! And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both her arms. But that was just what Kagete had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kagete shook her off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. Sorry! World line convergence! She fell to the floor and the printer and monitor. Yep, she did the wrong thing, but hey, world line convergence dictates that she must do something wrong. She fell to the floor and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, gasping hard as she did so. Kagete's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed in an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably. But her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzuha glared at Kagete's face, not that she could see what it looked like behind that helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kagete to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Hey, Suzuha! Did I just hear a loud noise? Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Ituru's voice. Huh? Why is it so dark? No, Dad! Stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kagete was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Ituru just a moment before Suzuha. Kagete's black knife went up to his throat. Dad! Kagete spun around behind him, using Ituru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered toward him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kagete. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kagete. I'll kill you. Kagari remained silent as she headed outside the door with her hostage. And then in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Itaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended. But Itaru was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! What? She was getting away. She somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagari. Suzuha, where this? Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it and quickly put it on, then ran outside. When she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was no way to even know where she'd gone. She got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. There was a chance Itaru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. Was it Kagari-tan? Itaru came outside as well. Yeah, I'm almost certain. I see. So this is how it's gonna be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave. And she always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. And I taught her a lot. I thought of her as like a little sister. Yeah. But now, she's my enemy. Itaru straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you're like a slutty girl in an H game right now, Suzuha. What? Suzuha was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, rather the length of a miniskirt. Her breasts were almost completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up, and she felt exposed. Well, I don't mind H games with slutty girls. And I don't think the whole naked except for a t-shirt thing is all that bad. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But Itaru shook his head. I got freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Unless I'm mistaken. Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it just a little. Hear what? She was probably crying. Crying? Under that helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? Holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why? So don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? Dad. Hmm? Did you buy me that vanilla ice cream? Yeah, of course. I'd love to eat it. I'm a little tired. And then she almost fell forward. Itaru managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Hey, Suzuha? I'm fine. Just let me rest a little. That was all she had the energy to say. She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. Back to Nintendo's perspective. He looks a little bit happier here. What's going on? When July came, the sun shone down even harder on Eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then, on the first Sunday in July, the arrivals lobby at the international terminal of Narita Airport was filled with foreigners and Japanese passengers returning home. Look at all these people! There's more now than there were a minute ago. I didn't expect the airport to be this busy on a Sunday. Don't miss her, Mayuri. Paris. You know how tiny she is. The three of us were waiting for someone here. Oh! We got it! Okay! We got another message! This could be important! Sorry, I can't go today. You have something to do, it's alright. I hope I can see Maho before she leaves. I'll ask her how long she's staying and contact you later. Thank you. We'd been there almost an hour. Okarin, I'm gonna have to tell her you said that. Please don't. It was just a joke. It's joke! There's no sign of her, though. Maybe it was a mistake to try and surprise her by meeting her at the airport. We should have at least asked what time she was arriving. We hadn't told her that we were coming to greet her. Thank you, Pika! And so all we knew was that she was arriving at Narita on an afternoon flight. If I'd known you were going to have to wait so long, I would have tried to get the arrival time out of her. There was a stream of passengers flowing by us, but no sign of the person we were waiting for. As I was starting to wonder if we'd missed her because she was so small, she finally appeared. Or, more precisely, I saw a giant travel suitcase rolling all by itself away from the gate. And behind it, I heard a voice I recognized. Christ! I did not fake my passport! What is wrong with people? Every single time, no matter what country I go to, they always have to check it and it always takes forever! I walked up to the suitcase and gave it a pat. Yeah, Joe. Huh? Maho had been leaning forward and pushing the suitcase as hard as she could. Her mouth hung open as she saw me. Oh! It's been a while. Glad you were able to make it past customs. You? You look really pale. You okay? Of course I'm okay! Wait, never mind that. What are you doing here? You told me you were arriving this afternoon, right? So I decided to come surprise you. You did? That's... Thanks. Thanks. Oh, she's blushing! She's blushing! Oh my god! She's blushing! I love it! I ship it! For some reason, her voice became really weird the moment she saw me. Was my being here really that much of a surprise? But, you know, I told you I can get to Akihabara Station on my own and to meet me there. Oh, come on. You've come all this way, so it's the least I could do. Also, I'm not sure you can really get to Akihabara on your own. How rude! I'm not that helpless. Mayuri and Ferris came up as well. Maho! Do-do-do! Do-do. Do-do-do! Maho-nyan! I missed you! As Mayuri grabbed Maho's hand, Ferris walked up and gave her a big hug. Mayuri, Ferris, it's good to see you. You came all this way to welcome me? Thank you. By the way, did you not yell Maho-yan at the top of your lungs in a place like this? Why not? Why not? It's cute! Look around. Everyone's laughing, right? It's embarrassing. Yeah? Is it? Paris really sticks out, after all. While we'd been waiting here, all the foreigners had been pointing at her and yelling, "Cat ears! Cat ears!" Someone even asked for pictures. Yeah, Joe, I'll take your luggage. Oh, thanks. So, this was a really sudden trip, wasn't it? It was only a few days ago that I found out she was coming. Are you here to help Dr. Leskinen again? Oh, well... Maho was fidgeting and glancing up at me. Are you still talking to Dr. Leskinen very often? Yeah, he's still over here doing his research, right? Sometimes he invites me out to dinner. It's a big honor. I see. Bad. Bad? Why? Oh, nothing you have to worry about. She really was acting weird. She wasn't like this when I saw her last winter. Was she tired from her trip? Or was seeing us here that much of a surprise? I'm not here to help with the professor this time. I'm visiting some relatives in Okinawa. But since I'm here anyway, I decided to drop by Akihabara first. I see. Okinawa, huh? For a moment, the name of that place brought back visions of that nightmarish time. After I collapsed on Christmas, I was sent to another world line where I'd spent a month fleeing to Okinawa. Okinawa? That sounds so nice! I'd love to go there. You didn't go there on your school trip? You didn't go there on your school trip? We went to Hokkaido. I went to Hawaii! Wow! A foreign country! Aloha! Putting aside the girls and their talk of school trips. So, Hyojo, you're not staying in Tokyo that long? Huh? Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be, you're right. Do you have a hotel in Akihabara? Not yet. I'm gonna go look for a cheap business hotel. Come stay at my place! You can use the same room you used before. What? Oh, but I really couldn't. Aw, don't worry about it. I'm always happy to have you. But I really couldn't. But how about this? You can stay for free, but in exchange you have to do just a little bit of work at my cafe. Your cafe? May Queen Yan Squared, right? You can't mean the place where they wear the cat ears! That's right! Oh, my cat-eared maids are busy with Kamima preparations right now. They come to me crying and asking for time off. In other words, there's a serious shortage of cat-eared maids. That's right! That's right, yeah. Oh my gosh. So how about it, Maho-nyan? How about it, nyan? I refuse. What? Why not? Why? You know why. I wouldn't look good in those things. You sure would. Why are you sure you'd look great? No objections, yeah. Okarin, you think so too, right? Yeah, I'm sure she'd get plenty of fans. Fans? I don't like being flattered. Stares at you and chatting, eating black refried bean. Wait, that sounds delicious, actually. I'm jealous. I want a bean burrito. I'm not flattering you though. You need to go to an optometrist and get your eyes checked. Nya nya? She turned all red. I did not. I think Maho-nyan needs to realize how attractive she is. Yep. If she was a boy, she'd be in love. I'm telling you, that's not true. I think you should probably, I don't know how to say it. Put a little more effort into your appearance, maybe? It's homemade? Oh, that's even better. Wow. I should, you know what? Maybe I should do that. I never thought about making my own burritos. If you did, I'm sure you'd look more... I was trying my best to sound encouraging, but just ended up sounding like a real jerk. Of course she was annoyed. I'm fine as I am. My job as a scientist is my first priority. But, what if you find a guy you like? You won't be able to show him how you feel. I'm fine. I don't think it'll ever happen, so it doesn't worry me. She gave a sigh that was a little too deliberate. Oh, I'm sorry. The jet lag and trip have gotten me a little tired. I know the feeling. Jet lag is rough. I've got a limo ready, so you can catnap on the way. A limo? Ferris had rented a white limo to pick up Maho. Sheesh, she really did go overboard. But thanks to that, my idiot and I were able to enjoy its big, comfy seats on the way to Narita Airport. You can rest on my lap if you want. Or would you rather rest on Mayushi's lap? She's okay with that. I'm fine. I'm not a kid. But I can tell you're really tired, though. Are you that busy with work? Don't kick it yourself? Oh, man. You need to look up a recipe or something. That sounds awesome. Well, I got 2 projects going on. 2 projects? You're working on something besides Amadeus? Ah! She quickly put her hand over her mouth. That's classified information. I see. Sorry about that. It was true that American University labs had a lot of stuff like that going on there. I'd heard there were a lot of industrial spies. And if she wasn't careful about what she said, she might get fired or worse. It was a mistake on my part to even ask. Come to think of it, where's Hashida today? He's doing the most important job of his life right now. The most important job of his life? Oh! Is he on a date with Yuki right now? That is on a date right now. Okay! Yes, he is! Maho's shock was almost comical. I must really be tired. I'm hearing things. No, I can understand why you'd feel that way, but... He really is on a date. What? I can't believe it! You're kidding me. That pervert? Even Maho was calling him a pervert. Dado had said he was talking to Maho a lot too, and I could just imagine what their conversations were like. But actually, if Dado didn't do his best today, it would ruin the world's entire chain of causality. In that sense, Dado's date today was an event with universe-spanning implications. Back to Suzuha's perspective. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. Oh yeah, so it's like, yeah, this part. Major Curry! Yep, They're on their date! Oh, yep. Oh yeah, and then oh yeah, and Suzuha ended up getting a large meal too. Oh boy. Alright, then they had that eating contest. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Ichidu kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Ichidu home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Ichidu explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far, in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. I'm so glad you were there. Yuki sighed a little after Ichidu left. Maybe I did something to offend him. Hashi doesn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking with me before the movie, you know? But after the movie, he started acting really strange. Did I do something wrong? I asked him. Yeah, so all that happened. Hey, why do you like my brother? Huh? I mean, like, maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, sure. There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So, what about you? I still don't really know if I like him or not. I see. Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, but this was still their first date. They hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together. There hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future. I don't want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes. I'm going to be leaving soon. What? I'm moving someplace far away. Really? I don't think I'll be back. And I'm worried about that. I mean, my brother. So, Yuki, I know this is a weird thing for me to ask. And then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Itaru Hashida. There was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely, and kind of sad. I don't know what I want to do. Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha. Oh, Monokuma! Come on! What's so funny? Why are you laughing? Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, then she grills him. Yeah.
Victory screech!
Victory screech for what? Oh yeah, and he's explaining what went wrong during the date. She doesn't know what she wants to do. What did she mean by that? I don't know what mom's thinking.
Oh, you stink!
Okay, Monokuma, why are you spamming? Why are you spamming? You stink! Bump, bump, bump. And then she heard a car park in front of the lab. We're here! She recognized the voice coming from below the open window. Oh, is that Ferriston's voice? 6-7? Gosh dang it. You're cruising for a bruising there, Monokuma. Suzuha let go of Ichiru's collar and moved over to the window. Below, she saw a group of people she knew. Rintaro Okabe, Mayuri Shina, Ferris Nyanyan, and Maho-G too. Hyajo's here already? But Why is she here with Uncle Okari? And then she gave a start and turned back towards the room. Wait, this is bad! We haven't put it away! Huh? Suzuha pointed towards the desk in the development room, where the phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 2, was sitting. Oh, crap! Hide it! Okie dokie. If nothing else, this meant that Maho-Hyojo was coming to the future gadget lab. Suzuha hoped that this meant the work on the phone wave would get back on track. You mean the phone wave name subject to change? Vega and Altair. Alright, Maho's perspective! Okay, well, we're kind of starting things already. Window! Open the window! Okay. Maho crawled out into the living room. Ituru rushed to open the window, and she heard a man who was probably the building's owner yell up at them. Hey, Hashida! What was that sound? Are you making bombs up there? I'll call the cops! Sorry, the microwave blew up! Ituru poked his head out and apologized to the man below. It took a minute, but the owner was finally satisfied and the argument ended. Oh, that really scared me. As Ituru wiped away the sweat, she saw that his face and clothes were both covered in soot. It scared you? It should have! Maho was no different. Some of her hair had been burnt off, and the white lab coat she'd gone through all that trouble to get had turned pitch black. Explain what's going on! Where did that smoke come from? Probably the microwave. I picked it up from a dumpster, so it probably shorted out somewhere. You picked it up from where? What is wrong with you? We're working on one of the greatest inventions in human history! And you're using parts from a dumpster? Why? Commercial and microwaves are expensive. I can't believe you! Do something about this! Use my credit card if you have to! Maho didn't have that much money, but this was no time to be cheap. That's a big help. Maho wiped her sweaty, soot-covered face with a towel. The white towel turned black immediately. I can't take this anymore. I'm turning on the air conditioner. That's not happening. If you use it at the same time as the phone wave, it'll trip the breaker. And I told you, you can't use that air conditioner for more than an hour a day because it's so expensive. These working conditions were abysmal. Was Kurisu really able to create the time leap machine under these circumstances? Just thinking about it gave her even more respect for Kurisu. Fine. But I'd at least like to take a shower and get the soot out of my hair. Go ahead. If you even think about peeking, I'll go straight to Suzuha. Remember that. I wouldn't do that. For some reason, Ituru responded to Maho's warning by sighing and slumping his shoulders. And actually, I don't feel up to dealing with jokes like that right now. Maho hadn't meant it as a joke. She was extremely serious. I'm in such a bad way that I'm even playing H games. She'd heard from Suzuha that the day she'd arrived in Japan, Ituru had screwed up bad on a date. It was true that Ituru was a lot quieter than his usual self. My idiot even said that Daru not playing H games must be an omen of some impending natural disaster. But either way, she didn't have time for his negativity, so she mostly ignored him and went to the shower room. Since Suzuha used the shower regularly, it was relatively clean. There was a good selection of body soap and shampoo, and Suzuha told her she could use it as she liked. and spending Tanabata covered in soot.
なんでこんなすすまみれになってないといけないのかしら。
That day was indeed Tanabata. Wait, are there any tips that I haven't read yet? No. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Actually, Maho had been secretly looking forward to this day. Since she'd lived in America for so long, she was interested in Japan's traditional summer holiday. She was especially interested in the famous story of Orihime and Hikoboshi and the custom of writing down wishes and hanging them from bamboo. Alright, a man who appears in the legend of Tanabata. In Japan, Altair, the brightest star in the constellation Aquila, is known as the summer Hikoboshi star. The star Vega, Orihime, is separated from Altair by the Milky Way, and the legend says that only on Tanabata can they cross it and come together. This was originally a Chinese legend. Welcome to being poor, Maho! And Orihime, a girl will appears in the legend of Tanabata. The star Vega in the constellation Lyra is known as Orihime's star. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and was given the name Orihime, weaving princess, because of her mastery of the loom. She was married to Hikoboshi, or Natsuhiko, but the Emperor of Heaven decreed that they would only be allowed to meet once in a year, on July 7th in the old Japanese calendar. Is that what Otohime is named after? I'm not sure. Otohime would sounds like it would be different. Expound! Elaborate! Since she was here, she sort of wanted to try writing down a wish, too. She didn't want to bring it up herself because she didn't want anyone thinking of her as childish, but Mighty, Ferris, and the other girls seemed like they'd want to do something like that. Part of her had hoped they'd invite her, too. Oh, One Piece stuff! I see. Okay. Understood! Okie dokie! That's why it hurts so much to be spending the hot summer afternoon in the lab with Ichidu covered in soot. She was thinking about that as she washed herself off when... Mahotan! Mahotan! She could hear Ichidu calling her from outside. What? Don't tell me you're really going to peek! I dare you to open that door even an inch! I'll cry! Now is no time for being cute! I just got word from Mayushi! Okuri might be coming here! What? Okabe! Maho's mind started to race. She'd been told that Okabe rarely came to the lab anymore. In fact, after he dropped her off here on her first day, he hadn't come by even once. That's why she felt safe going in and out of the lab, but... I hear the phone wave, but make sure he doesn't find out what we're doing! Right, I know. Wait, I shouldn't even be here! I need to get back to Ferris's place and hide! Why? Because I'm supposed to be in Okinawa! That's how she explained her visit to Okabe. If you found out she was working on the phone wave with Ichidu, there would be trouble. That's right! Okay, hurry up and come out! I can't, not with you standing there! Oh, that's right. After she was sure Ichidu was gone, she quickly washed the bubbles from the body soap off her body. The long hair still wasn't dry, but there wasn't time for that. She wiped herself off with the towel and was about to leave the shower room, but she heard the door open. Hey, Daru. He was here already? She quickly shut the door to the shower room again. Then she looked down and saw that she was naked. Her clothes were lying on the floor past the door. There's no way she could get them out without Okabe seeing her. Her only choice was to stay hidden, completely undressed, and wait for him to leave. This is really kind of nerve-wracking. Back to Nintendo's perspective, and he doesn't look as happy. Hey, Daru. Daru greeted me as I came inside the lab. He seemed to be in kind of a hurry. Oh, Okarin! I don't see you coming by yourself very often anymore. The room smelled kind of like smoke. Someone must have been using the shower room because the smoky smell was mixed with the scent of soap. but whoever it was, it definitely wasn't Daru. His face and clothes were blackened with soot. I thought it might be Suzuha, but the lights in the shower room were turned off. What were you doing? Dude, you're black with soot. Oh, well... I got this microwave from the garbage dump, you know? And I was warming up a lunch I got from the convenience store, and it blew up. It blew up? Are you okay? Mr. Braun got mad at me. Don't get him too riled up. You don't know when he'll kick you out. If he does that, you might be okay, but Suzuha will have nowhere to go. That's right. So, what are you doing here? Mayoshi isn't here. I need to talk to you. Good news. Good news. But I refuse. I haven't said anything yet. Nothing you've ever come to talk to me about has ever ended up being good news. Come on, just hear me out. Last night, I went to dinner with Dr. Leskinen, and we were talking about the exchange program. Oh, that again. I was keeping in touch with Dr. Leskinen. Of course, the professor knew that Maho was here in Japan. Yesterday, he'd shown me a picture of her taken in Okinawa. I could see her standing in the surf with a blank expression on her face. A friend or a family member must have taken it. Dr. Leskinen had been really nice to me, and I talked to him a lot about going to Victorchondria. Of course, at a minimum, I needed to graduate my current school and pass the exchange exam for Victorchondria. I actually was telling him about you, and he was interested. Huh? In me? Victorchondria's got something called an information science lab. It brings together hackers from around the world, supposedly. With your talents, don't you think you fit fine there? I've been inviting Daru to come to America with me, but he didn't seem that interested. He'd said things like, I can't imagine living away from the otaku mecca, and no way am I living anywhere you can't get H-games and anime figures. He'd done nothing but give excuses like that. Well, I am a super hacker. I'm sure I'd be fine, but... why not meet with him at least? You've met him before. How much longer am I planning on going tonight? Probably not too much longer because it has been 5.5 hours. Probably the next time that we change perspective. Daru, do I have great news for you? I'm busy now. You can make time for one day. Not until Kamima's over, probably. That's over a month away. It's not happening for a while, okay? Give me a break, man. You're full of excuses. Do you really not want to go that badly? I sighed and sat down on the sofa. This room really was hot as hell during the summer. The windows were open and the fans were running at full speed, but I was still sweating. There was an air conditioner, but evidently he wasn't using it. Daru, got any Dr. P? I don't know. Maybe Mayoshi put some in the fridge. I got up and took a look in the fridge in the corner of the room. There was regular soda, mineral water, and some sports drinks. But not a single Dr. P. As usual, the freezer was stuffed with juicy fried chicken #1. Mairi really did buy a ton of this stuff. Wait, was there even more than usual? Maybe she'd bought some for Suzuha too. I'm going to grab a sports drink. Take any except the one that Suzuha already drank out of. I grabbed an unopened bottle and took a big gulp. I happened to take a look at the snack shelf next to the fridge. Mixed in with the instant noodles and snacks were 5 bunches of bananas. Mairi must have bought those too. Still, all that fried chicken and now these bananas. Was she eating more than she had been? She always said that no matter how much she ate, she never got fat, but she bought this many bananas at once, they were all going to turn brown and squishy before she could eat them all. Does Mairi really need all these bananas? Oh, it wasn't Mayoshi who bought those. It was me. Oh. Daru quickly cut himself off. I turned toward him and he averted his gaze. He'd been acting really weird this whole time. Was he hiding something?
お前がこんなに買った
You
のか
bought all these? When did you start liking bananas?
好きになった
Well, you know, it was Suza's idea. She told me to eat some every day because it's good for my diet. There was a diet like that before, come to think of it. Some celebrity had gone on TV and said she'd lost a bunch of weight on a banana diet. The next day, all the bananas in Japan disappeared from stores. My dad had tried to get in the boom a little too late and bought a huge supply of bananas. Wanted to see it flare out and most of them rot on the shelves. I remember that. So don't buy so many at once. They've already changed color.
だいぶ色が変わってきてるじゃないか
Well, whatever. I was hungry, so I decided to take one. Man, he had a nice recovery! I took a banana and peeled the skin.
とにかく
Just don't go overboard with everything, okay?
考えろ
You're right, yeah. I finished the banana in 3 bites and went to toss the peel in the burnable trash can. Wow, 3 bites? He really was hungry. And then I noticed something strange. The can was filled with bananas. More than anybody could possibly eat. Over half the can was filled up with bananas. And then it wasn't just the skins. Some of them were unpeeled, but half rotten, and the summer heat made them give a nasty stench. I remembered seeing something like this once before. We're making gel-nanas again? That's right. It was when I was living here a half year ago, doing experiments every day. And then my mind flashed back to the contents of the fridge. And that bizarre stockpile of juicy fried chicken. Couldn't be. I plunged my hand into the garbage can, not caring about the filth. Wait, Okarine? Daru was clearly uneasy, but I ignored him. I was right. Under the remains of the bananas, I saw tons of boxes of empty fried chicken. No matter how much Maedi liked them, or how much of a glutton Daru was, no one would voluntarily eat this much frozen fried chicken every day. I went deeper into the garbage can. And then I found something I didn't want to see.
なあ
Hey,
誰
Daru. What?
バナナと冷凍
Bananas and frozen fried chicken. Brings back a lot of memories, doesn't it? Yeah?
1年くらい前か
It must have been about a year ago.
よくこうして
We used to do all kinds of experiments like this.
かなり無駄な
We'd waste a lot, so Maedi would get mad at us. She'd tell us not to waste food. That's right.
しょうがないから
So we ended up having to eat the bananas that we warmed in the microwave to get rid of them.
バナナも
Tasted terrible.
俺たちで食べて処分したよなでも
But we never were able to eat these.
さすがにこれは食べられなかったよ
What I pulled out of the garbage can was a green, gooey mass. It was a thick, disgusting liquid, like you'd expect to see if you crushed a giant bug. The goo dripped out of my fingers and splattered onto the floor. It was what used to be a banana. What we'd once called a gel-nana. Oops. Daru put his hands to his head. But then he evidently gave up on hiding it. Whoops. I didn't expect you to find out this easily. I thought I could hide it a little more. I was actually going to tell you soon because I needed your help. Daru tossed me the towel. Evidently, he'd already used it because it was covered in black soot, but I had decided to wipe the gel-nana off my hands with it anyway. Daru went into the development room and started moving boxes and dust covers. Here, this is Unit 02. And on the table appeared the horrible future gadget number 8, which I'd built, improved, and finally dismantled a year ago.
組み立て
Put it together again.
直したのか
I wasn't sure if I should call it Unit 02 or Version 2.
名前
I don't care about the name. Are you serious? I can't believe you're saying that. We used to have a roundtable meeting and have a lot of fun picking names for the future gadgets. That's all dark history. Really? Dado was looking at the dust-covered future gadgets that were sitting on the shelf of the development room. There was something like fondness in his gaze. Why the hell was he acting like this? Did he think of that nightmare as some kind of happy, youthful memory? I was about to tell him to go screw himself, but held it in. Did you forget what I told you? This thing is dangerous. It's not something we should have. But I need to make a time machine of the future, you know? Which means I need to research this as a first step, I think. Dadu! I gave up on trying to hold it back. I got up in his face and yelled at him. I told you again and again and again and again, right? I told you what happened because of this thing. I told you what I went through. Maho-G was killed because we made this thing. Kurisu was sacrificed because we made this thing. Your daughter went back into the past and committed suicide because we made this thing. If you've forgotten, do you want me to go over it again? Are you that stupid? Are you so dumb that you won't understand unless you experience it for yourself? You're the one who's being stupid, Rintarou Okabe! I suddenly heard an angry female voice behind me. I looked back and saw Maho-G glaring at me. What? Hyojo? Oh. Eagle Lolly for the win! What happened to your clothes? Wait, what are you doing here? This is... I just couldn't sit there and listen! Don't stare at me! I'll sue! It's your fault for coming out like that! Hold on! I'll go get dressed! Maho quickly went back into the shower room and came out dressed like a moment later. Excuse me. Sorry about that. You've been hiding here since I first arrived. Who cares about me? Did you fake that picture of you in Okinawa that you sent to Dr. Leskinen? Both the professor and I were completely taken in by that picture of her standing on that Okinawan beach. But it seemed we'd both been tricked. It was well made enough that Dado must have been involved. So you didn't come to Japan to visit Okinawa. Yes, that's right. I came for that machine with a stupid name. What was it a game? What is it again? Phone wave, name subject to change? I told you what happened because of the D-mails too. DeLorean mail. Short for DeLorean mail. A text message that is capable of traveling to the past. D-mails are sent from a cellular phone to the phone wave, name subject to change. However, they can't be sent too close to the present. Also, they may only contain a little over 36 bytes of data. Are you going to repeat that? No. How? If you send a D-mail, Echelon will pick it up, and the world line will go back from beta to alpha. Echelon, an advanced communications monitoring system said by conspiracy theorists to be owned by the US government. It's said that the system is operated by America's National Security Agency, or NSA, but the US government has never publicly admitted to its existence, and no proof of it has ever been found. Participating countries supposedly include America, England, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. France is not included among them. Japan is what is called a third party, which receives information in exchange for putting an Echelon receiving station in their country. It is rumored that the Elephant Cage, a massive antenna array found at the Misawa Air Base in Aomori, is actually part of Echelon. It supposedly intercepts a wide variety of messages, from military traffic to individual cell phones, all of which is stored and monitored. And then Maho-G will die again. I won't be able to save her no matter what I do. She'll keep dying for all eternity! And then I had a terrifying thought and stared directly into Maho's eyes. No way. She of all people couldn't possibly. I trusted Maho completely, and I didn't want to believe she was capable of it. But the terrible machine that I just confronted had drained me of any kind of rationality. A flashback felt like it was going to hit me any second. Images of Kurisu and Maho-G's deaths were flashing through my mind. And so I said something I never should have said. You weren't trying to bring back the Alpha World line, are you? What? Are you trying to create a world where Kurisu lives and Maho-G dies? What? You asshole! There was an impact on my cheek, and a loud sound in my ears. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground face up. It was a while before I understood what had happened. The left half of my face felt like it was on fire. I was punched? By Dadu? I'd known him for 5 years, and this was the first time anything like that had happened. Apologize! Apologize to Maho-tan right now! Wait, stop it, Hashida! I can only imagine how much you're suffering, Okarin. So I'm not giving you any cheap sympathy. But in the end, you're just using that as an excuse. Maho-tan, Suzuha, and even Mayushi. Do you know how much they've done for you? That's enough! Stop it! Maho grabbed Daru's body and tried to hold him back. Let me go! He's not going to understand unless I hit him again! That's enough! What you just did was enough, so calm down! And this time, Maho put her hand on Daru's shoulder. I'll explain the rest. Go wash your face or something. Go! She pointed towards the shower room, and Daru finally seemed to get control of himself again. Fine. He looked a little awkward as he lowered his fist. Normally, he hated any kind of seriousness, so in a situation like this, he'd always tell one of his perverted gentleman jokes. But there were no jokes as he vanished beyond the curtain into the shower room. A moment later, I could hear the sound of the water. Christ. Maho was looking down at me. This is your fault for being weird. You're right. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I know that. You're not like that. Come on. Can you stand up? I grabbed her hand and slowly got up. I'd taken a solid hit when I wasn't expecting it, so my head was still a little dizzy. That hurt. Someone's normally gentle finally gets mad. Just really strong. That's right. When someone gets mad for someone else's sake, not their own, I think that's wonderful. This has changed my opinion of him a little bit. Maho seemed a bit happy as she looked toward the shower room. Only a little bit? Guess he's always sexually harassing me. Maybe he's fallen in love with you. Kids do that all the time, you know? Tease the girls they like. He's a kid at heart, after all. You gotta be kidding me. Do you want Suzuha to be my daughter? That would be bad, yeah. I chuckled a bit, but quickly stopped and turned to face Maho. The difference between our heights was so great that I was looking down on her. If you want my subjective opinion, this world exists because of Kurisu's choice. Maho-G is safe because of Kurisu. She can live and be happy. I have to protect that. You're a scientist. You're a lot smarter than I am. So, you can understand, right? You can understand the laws of the universe. Yeah. Maho quietly nodded. You could call it God if you wanted to. It's stupid for humans to challenge God. But I tried anyway, and then I tried a dozen times more, and I tried 100 times more after that, and I failed every time. It was all useless. God will never forgive human arrogance. You're right. Ma was looking out the window. It was as if she was thinking back to her homeland and ancestors. God is a popular guy back home, and among the people of Okinawa. I learned those wonderful beliefs from my parents and grandparents, too. I'm a scientist, but I would never mess with God. But then... Maho shook her head a little and looked up at me with a piercing gaze. The God you're talking about, that's completely different. Her words were sharp, with no room for disagreement. The laws of the universe? Those are just the equations that define the world. The wonderful being called God has nothing to do with them. There's no reason we can't solve them. I was about to respond, but before I could, Maho went inside the development room. I had no choice but to follow her. I'm well aware of the relationship between Echelon and the D-mails, and how dangerous it is. Don't worry. We sealed away the D-mail function for now. What you're concerned about is never going to happen, because I won't let it. I'm not letting us go back to the Alpha world line. Of course, Hashida and I are working on a way to avoid the danger of the D-mail and neutralize Echelon. But before we start spending resources on that, there's something we have to do first. Something personal. Maho tapped the top of the phone wave Yurado 2. What we're researching now is the time leap technology that you say Kurisu developed. Then, this can only time leap. Well, I mean, time leaping is basically just D-mail. Like, functionally it's the same thing. That's right. She was right. I was looking at a time leap machine, not the phone wave name subject to change. I could tell they'd recreated all the improvements that Kurisu had made to the phone wave. Most obvious was the PC and monitor that were connected to the phone wave, or to the microwave. And connected to the PC was a headset and what looked like a cord covered in electrodes. In this world line, I only knew the details of how the time leap machine was set up, and I hadn't told Daru or Maho about him. D-mail Manual Edition! Yeah! In other words, with only some small hints, Maho had managed to create the same thing as Kurisu. To be honest, it's really frustrating. Frustrating? The more research I do, the more I realize I can never be Kurisu. I get as far as digitizing the memory data and transferring it to a cell phone along with the top-down search signals. But I still can't clear the biggest hurdle, even though Kurisu could. Compressing it down to 36 bytes? The data compression, right? Maho nodded. I just can't solve the mystery of how she managed to compress all those terabytes of data. That was the part that Kurisu had struggled with the most too. But in the end, with Daru's help, she had been able to do it. Did Kurisu tell you anything about it? She seemed a little unhappy as she asked me that. Asking for the answer meant giving up on finding the solution for herself, and so it meant admitting defeat. Maybe that was really hard for her. Yet she'd chosen to put completing the machine first. But I had no intention of giving her the answer right away. You made me a promise when we last talked, right? That you wouldn't try to save Kurisu Makise using the time machine. That's right. Do you still intend to keep it?
その約束を守るつもりがあるか、その気がないなら
If you don't, I can't help you.
協力はできない。
Maho didn't answer for a while. Without even looking at her face, I can tell she was being torn apart inside.
もちろん守
Of
るわ。
course I do. Promised you,
あなた
after
との
all.
約束だもの。
After a long pause, she gave her answer. I couldn't help but laugh.
君は嘘が
You're a
下手だな。
terrible liar. With that look on your face? It's obvious you're not telling the truth.
話は終わった。
We're done talking. Then I left the development room. I looked toward the shower room, but I could still hear the sound of falling water from within. Daru was showing no signs of being done.
なあ、
Hey, Daru? I was the stupid
バカは俺
one.
だった。
I'm really sorry.
本当にすまなかった。
I spoke, but there was no answer. Maybe he hadn't heard me. It seemed better for both of us if I apologized tomorrow.
また
I'll be back
明
tomorrow.
日来るから。
That was all I said as I headed towards the door.
岡部さん。
Okabe! Maho followed me. She came up to me so fast she almost slammed into me.
シュタインズゲートは
Do you think Steins Gate exists?
マユリさんが死ぬ
Do you think there's really another world line in the gap between the Alpha and Beta ones? Where Mayuri survives and Kurisu doesn't have to die?
あると思う。
それを目指して
You want to know what happened when I tried to reach it? Asked Suzuha.
鈴葉に聞くといい。結局
In the end, I couldn't beat fate.
運命には逆らえなかった。あんなのは
Steins Gate is just a stupid
くだ
delusion.
らない妄想だよ。
そう言い切っ
Are
て
you
しまう
really sure though?
本当にいいのないと
You haven't proven that it doesn't exist, you know.
わけではないのよ。
そんなの
That's just the devil's proof though, right?
悪魔の証明
Nobody can prove a negative.
そんな証明誰にもできるわけ
Devil's Proof, said to be originally developed by a jurist in medieval Europe during a case over possession rights. It's used as a hypothetical today in other contexts, such as law or politics, during discussions of rule violations. For example, if someone were to tell you to prove that the devil exists, you could in turn demand proof that the devil does not exist. Then, when they fail to provide that proof, you could say, since you can't prove the devil doesn't exist, he must exist. I mean, that's a logical fallacy, but... This is, of course, simple sophistry that proves nothing at all. Yes, it's a logical fallacy. But since it can turn the debate into an endless loop, traditionally the burden of proof is placed on the first person to make a statement.
がない。
そうよ。
That's right.
あるのか
You
ない
haven't
のか
proven whether it
証明
exists
さ
or
れてないの
not.
にあなたは
You've given up after one failure.
たった一度失敗したくらいで諦めた。
Maho is gritting her teeth hard.
呆れてしまうわ。
I can't believe you.
何
What? I almost went out of control and grabbed her by the shoulders. But I managed to stop myself at the last second.
さっきも言っ
I
た
told you before, right? I tried dozens,
俺はそ
no,
れ以前
hundreds of times before that.
何回も何百回も挑んで
私も言った
And remember what I said? That's not because of the laws of God, whatever they may be.
世界線
The
も
world lines, the time machine, Steins Gate.
どれも
They're all just part of the equations that make up the world.
数式に過ぎない。何回も
You failed dozens of times, or hundreds of times.
何百回も失敗した。だからなんだ
So what?
そんなの
That happens all the time in science. If you fail that many times, then you try 1,000 times, or 1,000,000 times, or 1,000,000,000 times.
何万回も何億回も挑戦すればいい。そうすれば
And then you're certain to find the
そ
answer.
こに解放は見つかる。
君は
You don't know anything!
何も知らないし経験
You haven't experienced it! That's the only reason why you can say something so irresponsible.
いいえ、
No,
嫌というほど
I've experienced all of that more times than I can count.
失敗も挫折も
Failures,
後悔も
setbacks,
その痛みも
regrets, and the pain that comes with them,
クリスという天才
and all because of the genius named Kurisu Makise.
数式に
Equations don't have feelings!
数式を
Yeah,
解くのは人間
but it's always humans who solve them in the end.
結局のところね。
We were glaring at each other, our faces close enough to kiss. Maho's gaze burned into me. For some reason, I couldn't bear to look at her. So I turned away. I turned around without saying a word and tried to head out the door. She grabbed the hem of my shirt and stopped me. I didn't expect that. Do you need something else? I turned around, annoyed. A moment ago, her expression had been so fierce. Now she simply wore a sad smile. It was so different that, for a moment, I thought I jumped world lines. Maho whispered to me. You're a terrible liar, too. Liar? Was I lying? I put my hands up to my face, trying to figure out what she meant. But that didn't tell me what kind of look I had on my face, of course, so I simply stood there, confused. Liar? What do you mean? I'm not lying. Ashida told me something. He said that a year ago, he couldn't even bring up the time machine with you. And Steins Gate was out of the question entirely. You didn't even want to hear the words. What are you talking about? But it's different now. The look on your face is the same as the one I used to have all the time. I'd lost to Kurisu during the experimental trials. I lost her with my papers. I lost her in terms of fame. I was so depressed I was ready to give up. But in the end, I'd always look at myself in the mirror and yell. Maho pointed to her own heart with her index finger. If you give up on trying, it's over. And then you'll never win. Then she pointed it at my left breast. Your face is the same as mine was. In the very, very bottom of your heart, you're still ready to take revenge. You're ready to take revenge on Steins Gate for making you into this pathetic person. Me? I still hadn't given up? No, that's not true. It is true. You really are just like me. It's like I'm seeing my own reflection. You're stubborn, and once you say something, you never back down. Even if you know you're wrong, you pout like a child and refuse to admit it, which causes all kinds of worry and troubles for everyone else. You know, it'd make me feel a lot better if you told me I wasn't like... It'd make me feel a lot better if you told me I wasn't like that. But that's why I understand. When it comes down to it, both you and I are going to stand up on our own 2 feet. Am I wrong, Rintarou Okabe? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Rintarou Okabe? I'll say it again. All the laws of this world are just equations, and every equation can be solved. I'm going to find the key to that answer no matter what, and God has nothing to do with it. And I'm going to reach the world line in the gap, where Mayuri doesn't die and Kurisu is still alive. After saying all that, Maho was a little out of breath. She had a lot of vitality in her tiny body. Her words, the way she looked, hit me so hard I couldn't speak. So, what will you do? Okabo- Shut up, Pika! This is your lab, right? I can't keep running without you forever. And then I got a Rhine message. Oh boy! Guess we gotta save! It's joke! Gosh dang it. Now of all times? Still, I had a terrible premonition, so I decided to take out my smartphone. Big trouble! What do I do? Mayuri, I just happened to pass by her. She was running away crying. I'd never seen her so sad. Mairi was crying? I could tell that something bad was going on. When she saw my shock, Maho looked over at the phone too. She was crying? What happened? I don't know! I just happened to run into her, so I said hi, and she was crying. I was really surprised, but when I asked what was going on, she was really upset. She said that it was her fault Kurisu had died, and that's why you were suffering. She said she should have died instead. And then she ran away. I ran after her, but I lost her. What do I do, Okabe? What do I do? Did she overhear this conversation? I looked at Maho. Did she hear that? Come to think of it. Rintarou had come out of the shower room at some point and was standing right behind me. It was Mayoshi who told me you were coming to the lab. She said she was coming here too. Oh! Oh boy. Wasn't Maho the one that told her that in the other ending? I believe so, yes. But that didn't happen in this timeline. And that meant there was a good chance she did. Oh no. I felt like my knees were going to give out. Mairi existed in this world line because of Kurisu's sacrifice. And that was the one thing that Mairi could never find out. Me, Daru, Suzuha, Barris, Maho, everyone who knew the truth had kept it from her. I needed to find her. I needed to find Mairi. I couldn't let her be alone right now. Damn it! I ran out of the lab. All right, scene over.
まだ暑
Oh boy!
いな。
And that is going to be it for tonight! Oh! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Now this is a route now this is an especially interesting route. What the crud, man? But yeah, Maho did tell her this in the other like in the other route. So I guess in this one she overheard. Oh boy! Woo boy! This man! Oh boy! There's a So a lot of progress things happen in this route. But like most of all, we got a love confession out of it. I like this route a lot. God damn, I do too, Pika. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. We're learning quite a bit of new stuff actually, and it looks like and it also feels like Rintarou is just a little. It's like just getting even a little bit closer to being in the right mindset to be able to want to help. Just a little bit closer, but now it seems something's going with Mairi, and well, now we gotta find out where she is. You know, this actually makes me wonder. I wonder if this is why Mairi went missing on the other route. Probably for the same reason as this one. Maybe she ran away. Because my original assumption was that Suzuha and Mairi were both missing, and I figured that, oh, okay, maybe they like escaped together or something. But now I'm starting to think, oh boy, world line convergence, man. Well, anyway. Yeah, so that's going to be it for tonight. Holy bejeez, this is great. I love this game so much. I love it. It is amazing, and I love it, and I am excited to play some more of it. But for now, we are going to end here, and potentially both. Oh yeah, or you're thinking that they were either taken as prisoners of war or killed and just hadn't been found yet. Potentially both. Potentially both, maybe. I find that kind of unlikely, though, considering that Mighty was alive in 2036. So she would probably at least survive until then. But then again, considering there was already, like, a D-mail sent earlier and caused Reading Steiner to activate, and then activate again, it makes me wonder, maybe, just maybe we're like in the Gamma world line now. Who knows? Anything goes here, right? Well, not everything goes. I mean, some things can go. I mean, we do still have to get to the true ending of the game, which, as we know, which has to be when Rintarou sends back that D-mail to himself in the past. That video that tells him, okay, here's what you have to do. It is possible to reach Steins Gate, but you have to do this. You have to do this specific set of steps. And then everyone lived happily ever after. Yeah, that kind of made me think some things might have been different. Yeah, but also bear in mind as well that all of this is happening right now because we didn't answer the phone when Kurisu was calling us. Because of that, we're actually at this part here. So, like, all of this changed, all because we didn't pick up a single phone call. And that is part of the beauty of Steins Gate, actually, is that just things like that can affect what, you know, like, what ending you get. And it's so subtle. It's not like in 100 Line or Zero Escape, where, like, you're given, like, an obvious choice that, like, if you choose one thing, you know the route's gonna, like, the timeline's gonna change. Here, it's like, is this actually a relevant choice? Or what? But yeah, I love this game. It's really good. I can't wait for more. But until then, I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna send you all to Wheatley, who is playing Make Good Choices, whatever game this is. I'm guessing it's like kind of strikes me as being like a Kaizo game of sorts. Where you're supposed to, like, I guess, try to avoid traps or something? I don't know. Now, imagine a single heads up being the difference between a war starting 3 years away or starting the time leap machine. I know! It's crazy! It's insane, actually. Like, how could this happen, man? It's insane. Boom! Butterfly effect. That's what. Alright, well, anyway, so I'm gonna send you to Wheatley, and, yeah. We'll say hi to her and all that. And, next time! It'll probably be more Splatoon or Steins Gate. I guess we'll have to see. Because, you know, ESL stuff is happening, and hey, we do have to get that practice in, right? So, yeah. So yeah. I'll catch you all later. You can go to sleep now. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to sleep now, Pika. You deserve it. I hope you have a good sleep, and yeah, thank you all for watching. Bye-bye.